Hello. Hello.
Blah, 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 blah. All right, there we go. So, for whatever reason, my, So, for whatever reason, it decided to set itself to the wavelength stream wasn't being used as the, as like my actual microphone. Would that be the reason why? Nope. If I adjust that volume, still can't adjust shit. Weird. Also, this thing should be like max volume, I'm pretty sure. Or actually, no. Maybe let's go down to like 70. 70 sounds good. But yeah, honestly, I'm a bit weirded out by the fact that my, for whatever reason, my headphones... For whatever reason, my headphones do not want to, properly get the volume adjusted. Like... Yeah. This is awkward. Like, I have like a little thingy-majiggy. I have like a little PC panel thing to adjust the volumes, but it's not doing it at all. Weird. I know. I'm just gonna have to like make do with that kind of problem for a little bit. Because for whatever reason, let's see, levels, sets at 100. I don't have any enhancements on. Applications can take exclusive control of the device, which is fine. And then I can like uniquely adjust the volume of this headset. Hi there, Hendrix. Welcome to the stream. Blah. All right, so the music is going from one song to the next. Let's see. Can I adjust the... No. So for whatever reason, like... Is it because it's like going to the wrong source? No, it's going to the default device, which is what we want. So... Yeah. Color me confused. Because maybe I just need to close, I'm gonna close the program and open it up again and see if that does something. Alright, so there's a little delay there. But yeah, hi! Hi. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want spoilers, so you'll just lurk when you start playing. Understandable. This game came out, like, for some people, like, you know, like a day, like 2 days ago. Nope, still... Alright, so for whatever reason, YouTube Music just doesn't want to, like, listen to my thingamadig. What happens if I go through if I go through YouTube? Nope. Nope, so whatever reason, none of my volume controls are actually working with my system. That is honestly cooked. I don't know why it's doing that. Like, for whatever reason, like if I mute or lower the master volume, it does not lower or mute any of the applications. So StreamerBot is at, like, you know, it's stuck at 1%. Wavelink has all those stuck at 1%. Okay, so I can adjust the volume of, like, specific applications at the very least. So that's me muting the YouTube Music, and then I can unmute it, and it goes off perfectly fine. Hi there, Coach. Welcome to the stream. It said something about Doom: The Dark Ages. Yeah, that was me playing a YouTube video from Skill Up. I just wanted to see what happens when I, like, adjusted my PC panel volume, but... Yeah, for whatever reason, maybe it's because of AverMedia? I doubt it. Like, let me just close ReCentral, and then let's try and do the volume adjustment. Nope, still nothing. Because that, like, I'm adjusting it between, like, 0 and 100, like the main like thingamadiggy that my ears are listening to, and it's not doing anything. I can do application specific like volumes, but yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a... So if I do it on number 3 and I do like based off of process, and I do it to like YouTube music, so that's number 3. Yeah, I can adjust it there. So I can make it so that this thing is like... But the problem is that if I set it to like, let's say for example, 30%, you can't hear that at all. So hang on a second. So if I go to filters, I'm gonna turn off the limiter, and then the compress. So then that way it's still like, you know, it's what's-a-mahoozies. So you barely hear it in the background. And I'm gonna raise it to like 50%, which is gonna weird out. I don't like having like it's tough trying to do everything in like one PC is what it is. I don't want to deal with like, you know, 2 different kinds of I don't want to deal with like 2 PC setups or anything like that, because I do not have the room on this desk to have a second PC that is beefy enough to hold like my VTuber, OBS, and all that kind of nonsense. I would much rather just have one Ubermensch kind of machine doing the streaming and the video games and the 3D and all the things that I want to do, rather than doing, oh, here's a PC that's for OBS stuff with like minimal amount of applications needed for me to have like my overlays, the OBS, and the VTuber. Although to be real with you, they're probably like, maybe there is a PC that you can make that is small enough for that. So rather than me having like a huge like mid-tower case, I instead have like I have like a reasonable mid-tower case for the OBS stuff, and then I still need a reasonably beefy PC for the gaming PC, because unfortunately, graphic cards that are like able to do like the big games like 3090s and the 40 and 50 series, they take a lot of room. Also, I'm cracking open a Pepsi Max to really wake myself up. How's it going, Coach, by the by? You doing good? I'm doing good. I'm taking... So, today is Friday for me. Normally, I do not stream on a Friday because I work a full-time job. But because I work the Saturday shift, I opted to having my Friday be my day off. So everyone is at work right now, and I was just like, look, I work the Saturday shift. I'm a full-time worker. I need to have a day off for me. And I was like, I'm gonna make it Friday. The reason why I made it today is because all the way back in Wednesday, or was it Tuesday, before today, Death Stranding 2 was released. I liked Death Stranding. Now, if you're wondering when did I play this, I played that before the age of me streaming and what have you. So you're not gonna find me playing the video game like on stream for you guys unless I, you know, hit really big and do like a full-time streamer thing and I need to find ways to fill in the void, in which case I'll go through like older games or something like that I've not reviewed or some nonsense. So there's that. So you're not gonna see me playing Death Stranding 1, but you are gonna see me play Death Stranding 2, which is gonna be this stream here. I quite like Death Stranding ending. Not to such a level where I would be willing to pay a $50 premium in order to play the game before or a lot of other people, but I'm gonna be real with you. If the only barrier of you playing a game earlier is monetary, then that's not an actual barrier. That's just, you know, it's the equivalency of a discount. Like, you know, me playing a video game 10 years after its release is just a monetary difference to people playing it on release. I'm paying it for cheaply, they're paying it for like, you know, crazy prices. So really, the full price of a video game is no longer like $120. It's now $150 or more. It's crazy. You're always a day ahead. I just replayed the story game and a few days ago. Oh, it's for Death Stranding 1? Nice. Also, what did Coach say? You doing okie dokie? It's Friday for me. Hey, nice. No, innocent roar. Incineroar just hitting all the redeems, because normally when I'm in PNG tuber mode, none of those redeems are available. Hi there, little Incineroar. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so as much as I love video games and playing them and what have you, and when there's like new video games like Death Stranding that I want to get into, cookie for Hendrix, here's your cookie. I don't want to spend a premium just to play it 2 days ahead of time. I remember someone, it wasn't me that came up with this phrase, it was someone else that came up with this phrase, which I can't remember who, but they described like the pre-order early access premium that you get from AAA games as a streamer tax, is the way they described it. They were just sort of like, oh, the only people that are really buying that, like, you know, the game, like the only people that are buying a game like for like a reason early is like streamers, because it's like, oh boy, I've got 2 days to play it and present it to people before it's actually released. That way I can do like little review thingy-madiggies. But I'm gonna be real with you. Most people that get like a good reasonable amount of like early access to the video game didn't have to spend shit tons of money to get it, okay? There are still video game journalists out there and reviewers. They will be given a review code weeks before its release, or they will have a means of being able to play the game before its release, like weeks ahead of time. And what they will normally do is, because they have a relationship with the publisher or the developer, so they're going to, you know, formulate their video and what have you, and then they're going to send it off to the publisher being like, hi there, this is what I'm going to release, like, you know, before embargo, or this is what I'm going to release on the embargo, in which case the publishers are going to be like, yay or nay on that bullshit. Hi there, Make Us DJ, and hello there, Dragon Rider. This is a really long intro video, I know. That is the sound of horse. Hi there, Dragon. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, causing mayhem. Understandable. Thank you for joining in and causing mayhem. There's already like little fights going off on the bottom here between my GrantZeebs, Make Us DJ, yourself, and Masonic over there. Also, my shirt got stolen by Little Incineroar. You need a new PC before you can play Death Stranding 2? I would not unless you already have a PC and you just need to do like 1 or 2 upgrades. Blah 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 blah, 1 or 2 upgrades, like I would not unless you are in that situation, it is not advisable going into PC upgrades right now or building PCs. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, you could probably get away with just getting the PlayStation. That's how I'm gonna be playing this game as well. I know there's a whole ton of people, like myself included, who got Monster Hunter Wilds on the PC, and because of the performance of Monster Hunter Wilds months after its release being problematic, excuse me, it's getting downvoted all to heck on Steam, which is really upsetting. Like, there are 2 different kinds of camps people are in right now with Monster Hunter Wilds. Either it is not optimized to the level that it should be with the engine that they're using, the time that it's being released, and the hardware that is available to us right now. There is that camp there, which is a very reasonable reason to downvote it, I'm gonna be real with you. Because it's been out for months now. Everyone has pointed out problems. Digital Foundry was able to point out, hey, the way that you're actually like processing your open world environments is really taxing on systems, so that the only way you are able to like supersede that is by having like a blown out of proportion PC build, which is not advisable in today's market because there is no reasonable overkill machine. The only overkill machines that exist out there are machines like mine, where I went for like, you know, the pinnacle of games like 3-4 months ago. Like, some of it is, you know, it's not reasonable. Gone are the days that you're able to make, because let me be frank with you. some people made PCs to be an actual counter to the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox One. Or maybe not for the PlayStation 5 now, but remember back in PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3 age, there was like the PlayStation killer or the PlayStation PC. But the quip is that you could create a PC that was like purpose built for video games, and you would be able to make it for a price equal to, if not cheaper, than some of the newest consoles that were being released. Now, this was possible back on the PlayStation 4, and the PlayStation 4's hardware, you know, you just needed, like, if you created like for like, you were capable of creating a PC that was, you know, either equal to or greater than the performance of the PlayStation, and this was demonstrated with video games that would be released on PC and PlayStation. In today's age, we can play The Last of Us 2. We can play Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. But I don't think I have seen any popular videos out there on YouTube going, here is your PC build that will cost you the PlayStation 5 in order to play PlayStation 5 games. That doesn't exist. I don't think that shit exists right now because most of the graphics cards are more expensive than the PlayStation itself. Like, hang on a sec. Let me open up Opera GX. I've got the video game on PlayStation 5 because it was way cheaper for me to get it on PlayStation 5 because JB Hi-Fi doesn't sell it at a ridiculous price. Give me a minute. Open a new tab. So if I wanted a PlayStation 5 console, let's do benefit of the doubt and let's actually go for like one with the disc tray. We're not going to go for the slim. We're going to go for like the normal one. So some people are selling it for $630. Some people are selling it for $500. If I wanted to go to JB Hi-Fi for a PlayStation 5, so the PlayStation 5 Pro is like $12,000. Jesus Christ, man. Just give me, where is it? PlayStation 5 console. Thank you. Also, stop with this advertisement. All right. So, if I wanted... So, the Slim is $750. Oh, wait. No, the Slim is $830. That, like... All right, hang on. So, now comes the fun bit where... Sorry, I'm just making that bigger. So, yeah, as you can see there, like... You either get the Pro console for, like, $1,200, or you get, like... you know, the Slim with the tray. You can't get an original PlayStation 5. All right, so our budget of $830. If I go to PC Parts Picker right now for Australia. Oh, ding, dong. Sorry, just give me a minute. All right, I'm just going to keep that open. So the disc variant is $830. So if you were to try and create, actually, PC-like parts for the PS5 Slim. You built your first PC with $1,500? Good on you, Hendrix, on building your first PC. The PlayStation 5 uses a custom AMD systems on chip containing 8 cores, 16 threads on the Zen 2 architecture. Oh, fuck yeah. Hang on a second. Where did they get that source, you AI? I love how someone says build a PC. And then Tech Radar. So you can build a Pro, has plenty of over getting a home, and it shouldn't cost you that much more. There's no denying it'll be more expensive since consoles have the advantage of fix that help cut down manufacturing costs, whether custom can be upgraded over time. You say that, but I'm gonna be real with you. Also, we can't scan, since AMD makes the custom chip that powers the PS5, you're opting for Team Red. The chip in question is the 5800X, one of the best. All right, so they're going for AMD, and we need something with at least 6 cores. We're not gonna go like something crazy, so we'll keep to that. This is gonna be annoying, because I love how there's that thing there, but it doesn't really give us a an explanation on what the prices are. So, like, hang on a second. So, if we go into this thing, will it tell us, like, the actual hardware? Here we go. 8-core CPU is based on AMD Zen 2 architecture, built on 7 nanometer. Oh, easy. So it's based off Zen 2, but we only have Zen 4 and Zen 5. So right at the get-go, we can probably ignore Zen 5. And let's see. So if we go for the 7800X3D, we get 8 cores. And, oh, what do you know? They're out of stock. Never mind. 7600X3D is 6-core. Wait, was this 8-core or 6-core? Okay, so it's an 8-core PC. And right at the get-go... So yeah, so that's the 7950. That's 79. So... And that's the 78. 76. Alright, so if we go 8-core... Ding. So these are our options for 8-core. And some of them have integrated graphics cards. So 7700X. The X3D would honestly be very useful. But unfortunately, we kind of need a skimp on that. So sort by price. So yeah, 7700X 3D. Already, we're spending like 450 bucks on it. Like, Jesus Christ. And these don't, and also these don't come with CPU coolers or anything like that. Now, if you try and go for a video card, let's have a look. So this thing is RDNA 2 architecture, 36 compute units, 10 point what's-mahoozy teraflops, 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 RAM. Good lord. Good fucking lord. You are not going to find graphics cards with that much RAM. Hang on a sec. So let's just do benefit of the doubt. Let's do 12 gigabytes of RAM. And then let's sort it by price. Like, you might be able to get away with a 3060, but that's 2 generations back. And look at that. That's costing you 420 bucks. Like, maybe? And then there's the ARC B580. Like, and all of those are in the 12 gigabyte mark. So if you go up to like 16, you're ending up in the 7600X, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. The 9060 XT. That is a current generation graphics card right there. But you're spending 600 bucks. Already, we're blown out of the proportion. Like, already our PC, on just the 2 critical parts trying to create like-for-like parts on the PlayStation, is just, you know, blown out of proportion. Like, my point stands. If you want to play modern PC games, like, if you want to play modern games, and you don't want to spend, like, $1,500, like, you're gonna need to go for a console, quite frankly. And what's more is, the console you get will definitely play into, like, like, I'm a fan of Xbox, okay? I'm not gonna deny that. Because let's be frank, the Xbox Game Pass is so much, like, so much more lucrative than the PlayStation, like, you know, PlayStation Plus or whatever the fuck it's called. Absolute, like, insanity and what have you. The only reason that I'm playing this on the PlayStation 5, as I mentioned before, is it was expensive as fuck trying to get it on the PC, and I don't have a guarantee that it's gonna, you know, perform. I don't have a guarantee that it's gonna perform well on my PC while I'm in the middle of, you know, using the VTuber and streaming and all that kind of nonsense. This is a lot safer than me playing it on PC. Yes, Emma. Alrighty. Yay, thank you for the pre-order button. By the by, I did not pre-order this game. You know what I did? I went onto JB Hi-Fi's website on Thursday, the day that this was released. This game was being distributed for like 99 bucks. If I went to the PlayStation's digital storefront, it was being sold for $125. I go to EB Games, it's being sold for 120 bucks there. Why in the fuck are discs cheaper than the digital game? You're lurking right now? Not to worry, Hendrix. You did mention you didn't want to get spoilers or any of that kind of nonsense. I'm not about to press play. I'm just sitting on this screen right now, so we have an entirely different thingy-majiggy. But yeah, like, why is it that discs are so much cheaper than the digital storefront? You didn't have to send the fucking bytes yourself, Sony. You're literally just sitting on a server.
Perhaps you remember me. That's right. It's Deadman. The world, as you know, is in awful shape. And it's all because of the Death Stranding. The dead started to find their way into our midst, crossing over from the other side. We call these entities BTs, Beached Things. When they came into contact with the living, the result was instant annihilation. A void out, leaving nothing but a massive crater in its wake.
Yep.
But that was only the beginning. Strange rain fell from the sky, rapidly aging everything it touched. A phenomenon we came to know as timefall. Structures would rust and collapse, and people grew old in an instant. The world transformed into something completely unrecognizable.
I'm not even like playing it on PC and already like my model is doing weird nonsense.
Timefall and BTs alike. They withdrew into the remaining cities, which in turn closed their doors to outsiders. People ceased to travel and stopped meeting in person. They grew distant from one another and became further isolated. The social, cultural, and political bonds between humans began to crumble. The Death Stranding was hastening humanity's extinction. Seeing this, Bridget Strand, the last president of the United States of America, founded Bridges, an organization committed to making America whole again and providing a future for all humankind.
Okay, so the so something that Deadman does not mention like properly in this stage here. Maybe he'll mention it in the next one, but the United States of America is not a thing anymore. It is now the United Cities of America.
However, Bridget died before she could realize this ambition. It was you, Sam, who took up her cause and resolved to see it through. Sam, the humble porter, who also possessed the unique powers of a repatriate. The one and only person who could save humanity.
They made it sound like as if there was other repatriates out there.
And accompanied by the bridge baby Lou, you embarked on a journey across North America.
But we never saw any others.
Struggles of your own, often phasmophobia, or the fear of being touched. The despair of having lost everything was just too much. But despite it all, you strive to bring people together. By extending the chiral network across the length and breadth of the continent, you would enable the rebirth of the United States as the United Cities.
There we go, United Cities.
You were also to rescue Bridget's daughter, Amelie, who had been taken captive by terrorists. These were the vital missions you were entrusted with, Sam. We, your friends at Bridges, did everything we could to support your efforts. There was our director, Di Hardman, a close associate of Bridget, who was dedicated to fulfilling her final wishes. His commitment to American Reconstructionism was absolute, and for that he was named the first president of the UCA. And of course, Sam, the incomparable Deadman, yours truly.
Guillermo del Toro, just in the video game.
Best of friends. As you may recall, I was born from an artificial womb, and over the course of my life, was the recipient of numerous organ transplants. I've always got on with the dead. I used to be a coroner. Anyway...
Just got done with your mission. When you get your card, when the 30 came out, I was lucky to get it for MSRP. Nice. So wait, you picked up a graphics card now, or are you just done with like a separate mission entirely different?
Mama and Lochna were twin sisters, as you may remember. Skilled scientists who developed the Cupid, which was essential for chiral network expansion. A personal tragedy caused the two of them to grow apart. But they've since reconciled, with both their souls residing in the same body.
That one didn't make too much sense to me, but we're just gonna let that fly.
Hartman. Every 21 minutes, his soul departs his physical form.
Yeah, because his heart
3
stops.
minutes, his body is clinically dead. During this temporary death, his soul is sent to the beach. That's why he knows more about the beach and the Death Stranding than anyone else. His knowledge proved indispensable.
No, back when the 3060 came out, you got yours for MSRP. Ah, okay. So yeah, so Hartman like explained back in like, yes, everything like when it dies goes to quote unquote the beach. But here's the kicker: the beach like is a it's a metaphysical. It's not an explicit location. So much like heaven, everyone has their own quote unquote beach. And if there's like a global catastrophe, like, you know, massive casualties or like, you know, massive death because of like war, famine or something like that, then a lot of people will share their beach. So like a lot of people will be on like one beach. Hartman had a wife and child, and there was, I think, a void out or something like that during the time that he had his heart attack or something like that. So there was a period of time where he was dead. Like, he was clinically dead for 3 minutes, and in that clinically dead, like, for the first time, he was on the same beach as his wife and child. And then he came back, and, you know, he no longer sees them. The next time he had his, like, little heart episode for 3 minutes and shit, he was on the beach again, but it wasn't the same beach as the one that his wife and child are on. So, like, yes, you know, the beach is, you know, this thing everyone goes to, but there is like a property to the beach where not all beaches are the same, but they all go to the same beach. Like, it's weird.
Fragile. Leader of the private delivery outfit, Fragile Express. Exposure to timefall caused her entire body from the neck down to age significantly. It was the mark of a terrible betrayal. Higgs, a former comrade, used timefall as an instrument of torture, you see. To no surprise, Fragile was hell-bent on getting revenge. But after meeting you, Sam, she had a change of heart.
It was less of a form of torture and more of like an ultimatum. There was a bomb that was going to be delivered to a city. She attempted to stop it, and yeah, she, like, you know, Higgins stopped, like, you know, sort of did this ultimatum thing with her because she has an ability to be able to, like, jump from the physical world into a beach and then back into the physical world again. There is a limitation to how much she can't carry things with her when she does that, like, you know, jump. So her options were either she teleports herself out away from the bomb and, you know, lets the bomb explode in the place it was now, which was definitely going to kill millions of people and cause a void out. Or she, with only like a balaclava as like her protection, takes the bomb that she can't teleport with out from the city during a time fall in order to save the city. She went for the second option, so yeah. Less of a torture and more of like a sick, twisted, like ultimatum on her. Timefall is really cool. You can grow food faster with it. Yes, that is true. One of the places you delivered to in the first Death Stranding game was actually a Timefall farm where they had machines like, you know, grow, like doing crops and what have you. And it's kind of interesting because they need the weather report because they, like, just because it grows faster doesn't mean that it's easier to grow. It just made it so that the margin for error was like much, much smaller for farmers if they wanted to, like, you know, work with the timefall.
As your friends, we would stop at nothing to see you succeed.
Didn't even know this was out till I saw your stream pop up. Hi there, Mango Root. This has been out for 3 days already for some people.
With no end to the forces
because you could, like, purchase this game.
Deadly BTs, unforgiving terrain and unpredictable.
Hang on, I'm just gonna
weather,
wait for Deadman to stop.
ruthless terrorists. The list goes on.
This game, if you paid like a larger premium, what you were able to play it before, like, because technically it released yesterday for people. I was in the middle of work when it came out yesterday, so I purchased it after I was done with work, and I made today off my day off, so then that way I was able to play this game and stream it to all of you lovely viewers. Excuse me. This game was released for some people back on like Monday or Tuesday because they paid the streamer tax to, you know, be able to play the game 2 days ahead of time, which I'm gonna be real, I'm not gonna do that. One or two of you were like, hey, I would totally be up for you paying a premium to play these games a few days ahead of time. But I'm not making that kind of money from Twitch. It's not worth it.
Without a doubt, your greatest enemy was Higgs. Convinced that humanity deserved to go extinct, he kidnapped Amelie and tried to torment you and countless others. But neither he nor anything else could stop you from achieving your goal.
You've been completely out of the loop on game releases? Oh, so have I. I thought we were going to get a lot of banger releases during October because that's normally colloquially known as Broketober in the gaming circles. But no, we had Clair Obscur like a month ago. We've got Death Stranding now. In like 2 or 3 weeks, we have Borderlands, I think. Like, or no, August. We have Borderlands 4 in August. And I've not even played, like, you know, some of the other games that were released last year that I wanted
to. The bridge
to.
to the future was built, but your ordeal was not yet over. You had to learn the real nature of the Death Stranding. A secret that Amelie had kept hidden from us all this time. And a terrible truth you had to face. But you accepted this final revelation, Sam, and did what had to be done. America rose from the ashes as the UCA. And
Oh yeah, during that entire time, you had a BB named Lou.
Carried out one final mission in secret. To save your BB. To save Lou. You removed the child from the pod that was their prison and began a new life together. And so it was that the two of you vanished without so much as a trace.
Until now. So yeah, so for those of you that weren't aware, that's the recap. I thought I would just share that real quick with you. This game supports auto-saving. Yep, totally fine with that. Totally fine with normal. Starting the game on this, that can be changed at any time in the menu. Don't care. It's said that a person's birthday will indicate their path in life. Researchers, it can determine a person of dooms. Enter your birthday to see what the future has in store for you. Whilst dooms can afflict almost anyone, those under constellations with a greater connection to the beach, including Cancer, Pisces, Sagittarius, and Delphinus, are said to be more susceptible to developing the condition. It is believed that such are fated to walk a life fragile with disquiet and turmoil. Does it fucking matter? Cool animation. I still have no context for, like, this robotic knight helmet dude up on the moon. Once there was an explosion. A bang that echoed around the world. A phenomenon known as the Death Stranding. Beached things, lost spirits of the dead, found their way into our midst. When they came into contact with the living, the result was instant annihilation. A void out. Since most could neither see nor sense BTs, people lived in fear of them, withdrawing from the outside world. Cities become isolated, and humanity crept towards extinction. To unite what was left of America, a porter named Sam forged a bond with a bridge baby named Lou, who possessed a special connection to the other side. Together, they journeyed west across the continent, reconnecting the people through the chiral network. But On the day that the United Cities of America celebrated the nation's rebirth, Sam and Lou vanished without a trace. Though UCA officials attempted to track them down, the pair's whereabouts remain unknown. That is way different. 11 months later. So basically like a year since the start of Death Stranding. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure like the Death Stranding game like takes,
I've always loved portals.
you know, a year to go through from one side of the continent to the other via walking.
Wind, across rivers, mountains, and endless deserts. They come to deliver something priceless. A glimpse of a life I've never known. They're my window. My sole connection to the outside world. And I know they'll be back again. Today.
-61. Have I ever really loved someone? Do I deserve what I've got? Now
Is this Wood Kid? This sounds like Wood Kid.
And the theory switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night. What is it that I've become? -61. Now the water level.
It's a little bit crazy that I'm looking at this and I'm having a moment of like, is this CGI or is this like just, you know, real life and they've just superimposed random elements here and there?
The way they think of life as some kind of gamble and walk.
Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky.
Where is it that I belong?
Also, I hope that this, you know, I hope the stream isn't having like any, you know, glitchy nonsense. No, not the cactar! God damn you! Wasn't even Jack that did it that time. It was someone else. Normally, it's Jack that does that kind of nonsense. And that there is Sam. Yep, that's Sam. He does not look like he's aged a day.
Now the wind cuts the leaves like a knife, and the sun is out of sight. I see the world they build to lose at the trial. What is left and what is right? Made the worst mistake one can make, pretending and playing blind. What is it I'm trying to find?
Okay, time to head home.
Fucking amazing quality there. All right.
God damn, dude.
The temptation to just absolutely go full tilt, but I do have a baby. Like, there's a baby right in front of me, and I don't exactly want to trip over. Oh, look, a blood bag. Interesting. of course they did. Of course they made something like this. I will be real with you, this is a little bit... there we go. It's a little bit tricky trying to navigate while it's, you know, doing all that spinny nonsense. Alright, there it is there.
Let's head home before it gets dark.
It's kind of nice that there's like already footprints here to tell us where it's best to go. Potential gatequake? What?
I feel that.
Gatequake measured 4 on the G scale.
Here we go.
The fuck? You good, you good.
Okay, you're all right.
Okay, can you like try a little, like I'm not moving the controller like a crazy amount. I'm just trying to do like a gentle like left and right, but like just slowly, Sam. All right.
Let's go home and get you fed.
It's just slowly, okay? I don't need you to be like, you know, super, like... Go. So we got a ladder, just in case. Cool. So around about the same sort of stuff. So we got... Alright, so blood levels are already on maximum. And we've got ladders, so yeah, we're good.
the move.
Okay, cool. So pressing on the thumbstick is just how you activate sprint. Just automatically pushing us up, I see. All right, let's see. Are we going the right way? Yeah, relatively so. Just need to move up the ridge. Also, is the baby getting... No, okay, cool. The baby's fine. The baby is fine. We don't have to worry about time fall hitting on the baby and, you know, aging it up real fast. Okay, so what in the world is down... Oh, it's just another ladder. Never mind. They're giving us way more mechanics to keep track of now. To be balanced against, like, wind and earthquakes. Gonna be real with you, I wanted to wipe my face when I saw those, like, streaks. I wanted to be like, ugh. Oh. Alright. Sit down. Oh. There we go. Is there a way for me to, like, just set the marker? No, not really. I was hoping to just force that marker to be shown. There we go. Yeah, I hear you, Lou.
There, we made it.
Yeah, it was Wood Kid. I knew that song was Wood Kid. Alrighty. Uh-oh. That's the indicator of a BT. So Sam can't explicitly see that BT. He can sense them. The baby can see the BT, I'm pretty sure. Okay, that's interesting. I've never been confident to, like, just walk through those guys. And what's more is, normally if I did walk through those guys... Wait, what? Wait, so that was all, like, a hologram to, like... Oh, so it... That's tricky. Oh, that's definitely some copyrighted music. On my head. Yep.
Not bad, little porter. Not bad at all. Okay, little. Time for some nom-noms.
Oh my god, you're...
Open up.
This baby is such a messy eater, Jesus. Yeah. I'm guessing that's fragile. Oh, it's a little otter. I'm assuming you just... Yes, we just started. We just started Death Stranding 2, by the by, Benru. This is, like, legitimately the start. We were at, like, this is... Let me just give you a play-by-play right now. We are at the top of like, you know, some, you know, desert hilly region with our baby Lou. We walked from the top of the, like, hills and what have you to our base. That's it. That's all we've done. We've not delivered anything. We've not met anyone. We've not dealt with any, like, BTs or any of that kind of shit. Like, everything that's happened, like, as you saw there, it was all, like, a hologram. Oh, okay, you've been streaming for, like, an hour, so I thought you might be midway through or something. No. Benru, you gotta hang out on my streams a little bit more. Before I get into, like, playing the video games right at the get-go, normally I'm wasting, like, half an hour to, like, an hour of my time just being, like, talking nonsense. So, yeah. There's always, like, I'm always doing something else. But yeah, so now this is a, like, you know, cutscene after starting the game. Alrighty. So... Alright. I'm guessing we're gonna get, like, our stealth portion tutorial, or this is just gonna be, you know...
Who's there?
Fragile, isn't it? Yeah. Thought so. Like, I recognize that umbrella from his, from the first, game.
Fragile?
Were you cooking?
What are you doing here?
How does she know?
I've been looking for you.
Nothing's worrying
Just-
me.
Probably just been spending the last year looking for them. Norman Reedus and his amazing fetus in Death Stranding 2. Damn, that's a good line.
Wow.
Although she's not a fetus
burning
anymore.
You two look good. Like a happy family. Here's a gift. The finest Carol printed diapers.
Thank God. How'd you track us down?
Your neighbor got hooked up to the Carol network. Service now extends to the whole region. I let myself in with this. You can use Carol printers now too.
Guess it's time we thought about moving. Maybe further south. You know, I'm surprised you used the front door for once.
My
you just-
jumping days are behind me.
Oh.
Overdoing it left me with some kind of syndrome. They call it jump shock.
Huh.
You care for a drink?
Thank you, but no.
I'm definitely gonna need to go into the corpus so it explains stuff to me. I love how I have to go through the auto mod because apparently she's very queer.
Maybe you wanted to catch
Was
up.
like something that they didn't want to see in streams.
Take it, and that whole mess over how you left Bridges will be wiped from the record. You won't have to live in hiding anymore.
What about Lil?
Yeah, because that he didn't like. The problem isn't that he left Bridges unannounced.
Complicated. We're talking about a Bridges asset.
Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Coach. I greatly appreciate it.
Sam, you brought America together, helped it be reborn as the UCA. But I'm afraid that Death Stranding is far from over.
I don't remember
Humanity
Middle
is
Knot
still in
City.
danger. Still on the brink of extinction. Don't act like you don't see it. A lot of things changed after you went off on your own. Especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways. And that's not all.
This is why it took her a
Hartman is
year.
not the president of the UCA.
This is why it took a year for her to find him. She was putting all her time into.
Handling distribution now. A Pass 4000 has revolutionized the whole process. It utilizes the Carol network to manage and carry out deliveries. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. And no need for Fragile Express, of course. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge. And we still require the services of human porters that can work outside the network. Preferably ones with dooms who can sense BTs.
Also, what's really okay, something I just have to mention really quickly. The phrase that they used, using both rope and stick to serve and protect people. This was a theme that was utilized, and they made a point about it at the end when Troy Baker's character Higgins talked about it. But like, there's like this, philosophical thing where the first thing that humanity used invention-wise was the rope and the stick. The rope was being used to bring things together. So like, that is supposed to, like, philosophically speaking, is, it bridges things, holds people together, empathy, and, stronger together than separate, yada yada. The stick, meanwhile, was used to, sort of push things away, poke, stab, whatever kind of thing, and that's, keeping people away, isolationists and such like that. So it's interesting that Drawbridge, like this new group, is like, hey, by utilizing the benefits of the stick and the rope methodology, we are able to help people together, but also protect them from others. So it's interesting that they use that phrase.
I'm asking you to go to Mexico. To extend the chiral network to the south. Just like you did when you went out west.
2 spots.
You're asking, or is this coming from the UCA?
Both. The UCA came to Drawbridge, and now I'm coming to you. So, what do you say?
Hello, Jeff Keighley Real. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, this game has us picking dialogue.
Hello!
Hello. I don't normally sound like this because I'm hyper himbo right now. There's like, pitch shiftings and all that kind of nonsense going off, but, once we're done with the hyper himbo, you'll hear my normal voice.
Seriously, why me?
There are several reasons I thought of you for this job. Deadman, for one. He's currently working at a lab in southern Mexico. I don't know the details, but the research they're conducting there is important.
We're just trying to
Very
get to dead men.
And there are certain things he'd like to tell you in person.
Uh-huh.
Chiralium contamination is severe. some areas have it worse than anything you experienced back in the UCA. The timefall storms are growing more intense as well. And, as you can imagine, everything in their path is subject to temporal acceleration. Objects and structures degrade rapidly, while animals and humans grow old and
We already
frail
know
in
about
the
that
blink
little
of an eye.
tidbit, but thank you for reminding us.
Timefall often
Yeah.
precedes the appearance of BTs there too. So you should do everything you can to stay out of it as much as possible.
Yeah, so we're still in like sort of the quote-unquote tutorial
The rivers
segment.
can flood in an instant, and earthquakes happen daily.
Cool.
Mexico has no shortage of beached things. Spirits of the dead washed up from the other side were stranded there just like everywhere else.
Damn it, I really need to go to the bathroom. I need to take a quick piss. I am so sorry, Jeff Keighley. You're gonna have to make do with more of this cutscene as I go for...
Will get dragged into the depths of the tar. Giant BTs can and will emerge from the tar as well. And if they succeed in consuming a living human being, they'll trigger a void out, destroying everything nearby in a massive explosion. Several Mexican cities were wiped off the map in this way. The survivors have since become divided and isolated. As most people cannot see BTs, they live in fear of them, and that fear has made them too terrified to venture outside.
Correction! You don't just need living things, okay? You don't just need living... Alright. So, they make it sound like as if, oh, if the person is alive and such like that, like, you know, the BTs will do the void out and all that kind of nonsense. No. It needs... So, like a corpse. A corpse can do a void out. Now, obviously, like, as you saw in the earlier cutscene, like, birds that get caught in the time fall, they die, and they decompose and all that kind of nonsense. Those ones are not too problematic because they, like, decay much too rapidly before a BT gets them and does the void out. But for the humans, their corpses don't degrade as quickly as, like, birds and some of the other animals and such. So those corpses, those can cause a void out as well. They can be a little bit... Hence why one of the first missions we got in Death Stranding, the first one, was taking a corpse to an incinerator so then that way it could be cremated before the potential dangers of a void out. Because in the past, there were cities where people died in them and no one knew they were dead or something. And then there was like a beached thing that got to the corpse and then it caused a void out in the city. So now people are like way more, you know, touchy about death and what have you.
Well, that was one reason you got more.
I do, and this one's serious. There is some BT territory near that lab I mentioned. They monitor the chiralium levels, and recently, they've observed unusual activity. The cause is still unclear, but they seem to think there's a good chance a massive BT is headed their way.
It's unexpected that you are streaming right at night. Yeah, no, I took today off, so then that way I can play some Death Stranding 2, because if I didn't, I would get spoiled by TikTok videos and YouTube shorts, because everyone started playing this back on Tuesday. And yeah, I'm already like 3 days behind everyone else. So, you know, we're trying to get through some of this.
Guess that makes sense. But something's still bugging me.
What?
All this talk about extending the network into Mexico. Isn't the UCA basically expanding their territory? Taking control? Claiming it for their own?
Sam, it's not like that.
It very much sounds like
They're not
that.
trying to take over the world. They just want to link up new areas with the chiral network.
Which is a bit of a coincidence that they are the ones with the chiral network as well.
Public infrastructure to connect people. Which is why, instead of turning to an established government agency like Bridges, the UCA contracted a private organization like ours, who then decided to employ the services of a freelancer like yourself. So please, Sam, Won't you help us out?
Okay, so Sam still has a very reasonable point. Like, I understand that, like, the chiral network, under an ideal circumstance, could be seen as a public resource, or as that everyone has access to it. But the reason why the internet is seen as a public resource is because every single country is responsible for their own resources on the internet. So this, like, granted, this opens a can of worms about things like, you know, how do you manage copyright material, because some countries, you know, have a lot of extra protection in it, such as United States and Japan, whereas other countries really could not give a shit, like Russia and Poland and shit. Now, as back to the original thing of, like, you know, the countries, you know, they're the ones that lay down the pipes, they're the ones that run the servers, the storage, yada yada yada. The chiral network is very much still, you know, UCA/Bridges technology. Like a lot of the networking was laid down by them across, you know, old United States or the United Cities of America. It doesn't sound like as if Mexico has had their own means of creating their version of the chiral network or anything like that. And what's more is the United Cities of America is providing us with most likely the qubit, if I say I do this, and with the, and that, like, yeah, like, there hasn't been a chiral network existing in Mexico prior to UCA coming in and saying, hey, let's link up. In this case, it's, hey, here's what you need to start making the chiral network. It's way too close for UCA to, you know, pull the plug on Mexico. Tuesday. It's a Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, all right.
So you'll do it?
Uh-huh. What about Lou, though? It's not like I can take my kid with me. If I do this, can you hold the fort for me while I'm gone? Play babysitter?
We're inside the network. There's a child care app I can use.
There's that is some real
Fine.
that is some real spooky nonsense of, like, there's an app I can use.
I promise he'll be back before you know it. Link up the region as you head south, and come home safe. We'll be waiting.
Cool. Oh my god, that's beer. That's not. Remember when they gave us fucking monster cans? Like, when we first started playing Death Stranding, they don't have it in the game anymore because the license ran out. But for a time, the canned drinks that Sam Bridges had was Monster Energy drink. That was wild. Alright. You love the collab, though? Look, it was kind of funny when it was doing that thing, okay?
Go on. Slide it on your thumb.
Oh, her hands aren't as, what's a mahoozy?
Try sticking your thumb out, like you're giving me a like. Access your ring terminal to view the map.
Nice.
From here you can check order details as well as the cargo for delivery. Now,
Yep,
let's review the mission that you'll be undertaking on behalf of Drawbridge. Your destination is a research lab in southern Mexico. When you arrive, you'll need to use the Cupid to connect it to the chiral network. Chiral communication utilizes the beach, where time barely passes. Using the Cupid in conjunction with the delivery terminal will allow us to initiate a zero-time massive data transmission.
Which
because of
the
the
internet would
distance,
very much love to
It's not
have.
feasible to head straight to the lab to establish a connection.
You'll need to use the way stations to extend network coverage until you're close enough to get the lab online.
Yep.
The first stop is C1, Ciudad Nuda del Norte. Bring them a delivery and welcome them into the network.
Cia do Nudo del
Improper
Norte.
corpse disposal remains a serious problem in Mexico. With every additional corpse that spawns a BT, the risk of a void out grows even higher.
C1 in particular is struggling to handle this issue. But once they're online, we can give them the technology they need to address the situation.
Mass graves and burning
Why don't you
cremations.
take a look at the cargo you're carrying by opening the menu. You can access useful information. To review the cargo... This is the cargo you'll need to deliver. Be sure to get it to its destination in one piece. It's an excellent idea to place the most important cargo in your backpack.
We've given you some additional equipment. It can be all these weapons can be used to incapacitate. Be sure to weigh your various options.
Return to the menu when everything looks good to go.
Yep, seems good.
Finally, before heading out, make sure... Return to the... See your destination? There's a river you'll need to cross to get there.
Yeah, good thing I have a ladder.
Think about what route you might take.
Hold to draw a route. So, first and foremost...
Commencing route creation.
We need to go through there at the very least, so...
When you plot a route on the map, you'll see what hazards you may... You can face these challenges head-on. How you get to your destination is...
And then...
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Alright. We got our route. We're going through all the dangers. It should be good.
Latest model Cupid. Just completed. We decided to put a hold on network expansion until it was ready to go. Like last time, you'll be using it to welcome people into a whole new world.
I like the previous design. These just look... I don't know. I don't like the chevron shape to them. I liked when they used to have like a very sleek USB kind of design to them. Now they look like weird chevrons.
Not any harder than before either. The chiral network terminals are ready and waiting. Bridges saw to that. This expedition split into two groups midway. The first continued west, while the second cut south into Mexico. But again, they were only able to lay the
We
ground
talk car?
until you bring those
Car?
terminals online with the key.
Like, we talk about cars? That's not my thing.
Hungry?
No.
No more baby food for you.
Let you get fragile any trouble, I'm gone.
I have no knowledge about cars or shit, so you're not speaking to a himbo with that kind of knowledge. You're speaking to a himbo with way too much knowledge about video games and different kinds. Did that baby just eat a bug? Yeah, the whatsamahoozies, the back in the first game, they're like these weird like floating things. Don't worry, they're not a problem. They're healthy.
Now who wants to eat?
God, I wish I could have chicken nuggets. My weight has been fluctuating all this month. Like, so when let me get my stats and what have you, because some of you may not know this. I know Jeff Keighley, the real Jeff Keighley doesn't know this, but I've been like trying to lose weight for like the last basically year. And the first like, when I was first trying to do this back in July last year, I was like 150 kilos. In October, I was like 140 something, 130 something, and I went on to an intensive calorie deficit diet with like protein shakes or something like that, or not protein shakes, but meal replacement shakes, not protein. And when I did that, I was able to go down from, you know, 140 down to like 100 kilos. I am now down to 90 kilograms now because for the last 2 months, I have been on 2 shakes, 1 meal. I can't be on like the full... I can't be on the full diet for like the full like shake replacement diet forever. I can only do like 3 months tops. Practice using weapons. Hold to open the menu and then use this menu quickly. Yep, I am familiar with that. So we've got RB, Haster handgun, and then MB. Armed with MP bullets, effective against any target. Also comes with semi-automatic. And then we've got RB, which is engagement against human targets. Alright, so these won't be good against BTs. These fire... Okay, so RB means rubber bullets. There we go.
It's been a while since I held a gun.
On the cactus. What cactus? Where the fuck is the... Oh, there we go. There we go. Away, there we go. But yeah, so my weight, so last month I was like, hang on, let me press pause on this thing, Madiggy. Yes, I play video games, but I'll be real with you, I just use it as an excuse to chat with people. So back in, let me just look at my results for May. So back in the month of May, I was like 96 kilograms and I went down to like 90.9. So I've done fairly good with like, you know, getting my weight down during the month of May when I was on 2 shakes, 1 meal, because I was on an intensive diet from like mid-January to mid-April. So yeah, May was like a really good baseline to figure out, okay, how much weight can I lose when one of my meals are low calorie and the other 2 are shakes and what have you. For the month of June, however, it has not been that kind of success. I entered into the month of June at around about 91.5 kilograms. Oh, and there's an advertisement running. Damn. Coach, meanwhile, is on a burger tide. If your weight is fluctuating, it's normal for your weight to fluctuate by as much as 3 kilograms on a daily basis. That's why it's good to weigh yourself under the same conditions once or twice a week, normally midweek and Sundays, and track from there rather than weigh yourself every day. You're back from advertise? Wow, that was quick, Benru. You probably just refreshed my stream, didn't you? Or you started subscribing to me via Prime. I don't get notifications when people subscribe to me via Prime for whatever reason, but I thank you for coming back from the advertisements. But yeah, so for the month of June, I was at a height of like 90, like my highest weight in June was like 91.5. And like when you look at the chart on my phone, it does like a, nope, didn't subscribe or refresh. I think window just refreshed itself. Ah, okay. All right, hang on a sec. Let me just get my, let me get air server running again. Hang on a second. That way you get to enjoy this fun little chart. Ding. Dong. Screen mirroring to the desktop. Zeebs' phone. There we go. So, where is my stuff? Give me a minute. I've got these things. There we go. So this is me. This is what it was during the month of May. It was like, you know, it was fairly all right. It was, you know, nice gradual decrease. We had a little bit of an increase at the end of the month because I, you know, took on a cheat day. Actually, no, you can see that you can see bumps in my weight when I had a cheat day. You can see that they do like a bit of a jump, so they almost reverse like a week's worth of work. But, you know, thankfully after like a day or two they drop down. This is like during the morning kind of thing. And then this is for the month of June. That is way more variance. As you see there, it's like it goes between like 91.5 kilos. I do a bit of a good progress, and then it jumps back up. Then I do a lot of good progress. Then I had another cheat day. Goes down a little bit, cheat day. I then had so the two most recent bumps that you can see there are because of a Saturday night when I forgot I was going to a friend's birthday party, and I attended, and I had a cake, and, you know, I enjoyed some of the meals because the food was free. And then it goes down rapidly really quickly. And then it jumps back up again because I had my Tuesday night where I go to trivia. And that one I did eat a lot of food because they've changed chefs recently. And they've gone from like the spring summer menu to a winter menu. And there is no soup. There is no soups. And the salads are absolutely terrible. They don't have like, you know, nice, you know, healthy options at the RSL anymore. So I've just gone for like a burger or something like there. And I've been snacking on like potato a little bit more when I go to it. So as you can see there, it like, you know, jumps back up and then it like, you know, moves its way back down slowly. So yeah, so compared to... So compared to like, you know... But on the 3-month chart, as you can see here, it's much smoother. Like, as you can see for the month of June, it does kind of like affect the, hang on, is there a way for me to make it so that it's only... Yeah, so as you can see from like the time of like February... Hi there, Jason. As you can see from like the time of like February and May, like, you know, it's nice, like progressing like downward. So like March here was like, you know, intensive diet, and then halfway through we go from intensive diet to like 2 shakes, 1 meal. April and May, like May was like a proper month where I did nothing but 2 shakes, 1 meal, which was pretty good. And then June, I've had way more cheat days going off recently. And as you can see, like it doesn't really work 100%. So I need to reevaluate like what my cheat days are like. A part of me feels very tempted just to go on just a bit of a break with my diet. So instead of going like, you know, like into the, you know, 2 weeks, 1 meal, 2 shakes, 1 meal thing, just have like a week or two where all 3 of my meals are, you know, calorie controlled and what have you. And then after like a week or two, I go on to the intensive shake diet for like 3 weeks to a month. And we see how we go. And so basically making it so that from, you know, halfway through July, I do like, you know, I'm just on a bit of a break. And then for the rest of July, and then probably across August, I then go into an intensive shake diet. Just so then that way, like, I get a feel for like, you know, I reevaluate, like, you know, I get to try the foods that I like to try. And then afterwards, you know, intensive diet, get my weight back down and what have you. Remember to track your calories, man. As long as you're tracking calories, you can eat anything as long as you're in a deficit. Yeah, exactly. The cheat days, I just don't do that. Like, so for instance, the 1 meal I have, I get from U Foods. And those ones, I always make sure that they're only like a specific value, like 350 calories or less. That works out beautifully for me. It's when I hung out like at my friend's birthday party and we had like, there was like not jalapeno, there was like some weird, like, it was like a puff pastry or something like that with meat in it. You like eat the puff. So there was the puff pastry, there was like a slice of pizza, and then there was a cake slice. Like those definitely like raised my weight. And what's more is I was at a party. I wasn't about to whip out my phone and try and use the phone app or figure out like, or try and use the calorie app to figure out like how many calories are in the thing in Medigi and what have you. Meanwhile, all right, so close that thingamadoogie there. So yeah, overall, I have done fair. Like if I stay under 90 kilograms, like for the rest of my life, I feel very pleased with myself. I just want to be able to get myself down to like low 80s numbers or even under 80s numbers. So then that way, even if I do give myself like 1 or 2 days back to back of, you know, cheat day or something like that, I don't completely ruin my stats in trying to be under 25% body fat or anything like that. It's just been a bit tricky this week because I've had the Saturday birthday party. Actually, no. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Not only was there the Saturday birthday party, but I also decided to try and go for the Uber Eats delivery that work gives us because it was my turn on the Saturday shift. I shouldn't have done that. So I didn't have one cheat meal during that Saturday. I had 2 cheat meals on that. Oh, god damn it. Also, hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. Standard restaurant burger has over 600 calories. That's 1/3 of your daily allowance. If you're on a $2,000 calorie or less per day, reduce your cheating to once a week. Yeah, ideally I should be reducing my cheating to once a week. But yeah, the last week I did not have one cheat meal in the week. I had like 3 or 4. I don't think it's the cheat days alone that are throwing off your progress. You need to eat a lot to undo your progress. So it's the cumulative 3+ days of cheating that makes the scale swing. Yeah, I think that might be the thing. Is like I had only like, you know, only one. Like normally I only have like one meal as a cheat meal, and more often than not, in the past, like back in May. Yeah, back in May, it was a Thai beef salad. It was like, it wasn't heavy cheat meals. It was just, here's a Thai beef salad or something like, or like, you know, a chicken wrap. This month in June, my cheat meals have been way too heavy, and and in the last week, they've happened a little more often. So I need to like break out of that. Also, hi there, Izzy. 1.5 hours into Death Stranding 2 and pretty early, I think. Yeah, 1.5, like, sure, I've been streaming for like 1.5 hours of Death Stranding, but let's be real with you. It's been like 1.5 hours of streaming and only 1 hour of Death Stranding. So not really all that much. So yeah, hopefully you're doing all right. Can we get a shout out for Izzy the Fat Cat, please?
Keep it up, Sam.
Long life meals. Oh, we're gonna pick those up. Hang on a second. All right, so we just need a... All right, cool. No issue going through this water. None whatsoever. Let's pick up some of this chiral nonsense. Hey, it's okay. No, not to worry on it. But yeah. So yeah, I'm not... So yeah, so I want to... There's just so many foods I want to try. I want to eat again is the thing. And... yeah, it's just trying to reconcile with the fact that I don't need to have, like, you know, I don't need to try foods I haven't tried, like, once a day. I just need to, like, you know, moderate or some nonsense. I'll figure it out. En route, you'll receive likes by ways of thanks if you deliver it to its intended location. Cool, cool. Oh, headache pills.
You got this.
All right, let's see. Can I jump over this river? Almost. Not quite, but almost. Summer spring rolls and meat boxes with garden salad from Turkish Degree are good sources of cheat meals that don't feel like healthy. Vietnamese summer rolls are deep fried. Okay, here's the thing. So, you know what I should probably do? I should probably like make like a little, rather than, you know, look when I go to the restaurant next, rather than looking at the menu of like, oh, I don't know what I eat, what I want and such like that, and having the thinking madiggies during then, I should probably like look at foods like when I'm not hungry, and, you know, do some research on like, okay, what's a cheat meal that I would like to have that isn't going to be like, you know, a huge problem. Like, For instance, the Zinger Crunchy Wraps from KFC. I would like to try one of those again. They're not as calorie heavy as KFC foods and what have you. And that way, if I, you know, join up with friends or something like that, and we end up going to KFC, I'm not making like a quick decision like at the menus or something like that. I'm instead making the decision like way back when, so then that way when I go to KFC, I'm not doing the math in my head then. I'm like, nope, the math has already been done ages ago. We're gonna go for this instead. Yeah.
We're in enemy territory now.
Alright, so he's got climbing anchor, electric rod. Oh, is this a, this looks like a border crossing. Alright. Now, can I be stealthy during this? You might be right. It might be harder for people to, you know, find me and such, but considering I'm holding like a shit ton of stuff on my back, they might be able to spot that. Here we go. So. Okay, so his back is remaining 10, so we might be able to just sneak up on him. All right, will it let me sneak up on him is the question. Yeah! Knocks you out. And then he's in our back. Oh, that's photo mode. Damn it. Okay, I wasn't meant to do it. Chicken nuggets and tenders are great for emergency proteins. That would be nice. All right. Okay, so we don't get a good look at people from here. Alright, let's see what's in here. Alright. An air purifier? Sure. And then we got spare boots. We got a climbing anchor. Let's attach it to our other shoulder. And then the climbing anchor, we can attach that to our left hip. Alright, so we're getting kind of heavy. So, all right, so we got that guy there. Oh, we got a stack. All right, there you are. I love how there's like a big gap between me and him when I decide to be the Wah! You just got up. Twitch on mobile browser is being weird again. What about Twitch using the mobile app they have rather than the browser? All right. Okay. Also, I should probably double check the map and make sure that I'm going... Yep, okay, so... Yeah, so there's arm hostiles, bandit boots, climbing anchor. One of them guys has another rubber bullet gun. We've already checked the meal box. So yeah, so we're close to getting out of this place. We just need to, you know, be mindful of any peeps. Shouldn't be difficult for us. Legendary porter that we are. Battery and processing vampire. Ah, okay. Fair enough, sees. Alright, let's put you away. Climb over. Alright, here we go. Alright, doesn't look like there's anyone else to worry about. So, we might be good. Or, yep, we can just, oh, do not. Stamina decrease, the cargo weight will be taking a toll. Understandable. Yeah. Oh, we're getting heavy storms now. Alright. Alright, let's actually crouch, because I think crouching is actually good for us. Walking into is hard work, but a strong tail wound is moving around during periods of strong wind will also drain your stamina. You are right. So let's try and stick near, also, can't see shit. Oh shit, there's lightning? That's not good. Once again, that button, this button here. Alright, so... Yep, so we're gonna go through this spot. Yeah, so we're gonna... Actually, let's... Jesus! Sam did not flinch. Probably worth trying to get into a building, perhaps? Let's see. We're gonna... Moving up close to the wall of a skirt to take shelter against strong winds. Yep, so we're almost there. Let's just... Here we go. Let's see, will the winds pass at some point? They'll die down. Nah, it doesn't look like they're gonna die down anytime soon, if I'm being frank. And we don't exactly have a weather app in our map right now to figure out whether or not that's the case, so... Might as well... A hologram of Carnes will appear wherever Sam or another porter takes a rest. You will recover more quickly if you rest near a Carn. Okay. Nice. Damn, they're really taking advantage of storms, aren't they, in this game? Try and get to this ball. When am I gonna get out of this storm? God damn it, Mexico. Why do you have to have strong winds? Actually, no, let's put you away, because you're not going to be used at this moment. There we go. Beautiful. Barely any trouble. Go get more chiral nonsense while we're out here. So we're holding on to about 134 chiral grams. If you had looked up, you would have noticed the giant wall of sandstorm absolutely churning the landscape. That means looking up in a video game, Izzy. Oh, hello. Besides, it doesn't matter now. Look, we're here. Also, like, all of our packages are, like, covered in dust. 123,000 inhabitants.
ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds. Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
The automated public autonomy what's-a-mahoozies. Okay, cool. Oh my god, Sam, you're caked in dust. Jesus. Okay, I see Dad.
No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
Alright. Yep. All those are returnable. You're about to deliver, or are you ready to proceed? Yep. Hopefully we can give him a shower. Grant is a zebra, very little attention span. You can't expect that. You can't expect me to look up. You're absolutely right, Aaron Isaac.
You must be Sam. It can't be easy to come this far south. You're here to bring us onto the chiral network, right? Ah, that's a relief. We'll be able to dispose of corpses properly once you've got us online. That'll be one less thing for our residents to worry about. Anyway, I believe you have some cargo for me, yes?
Oh, hell yeah, we got S rank.
Possibly good condition. For real, you're the best porter I've ever seen.
Threats eliminated, stealthy elimination, and undetected by hostiles. Nice!
We wrote this stuff off as lost. Thanks for bringing it in.
Return civilians lost cargo. We returned it in pristine condition.
It's just like
so close.
That people can rely on.
This game is out? Yeah, it is, Roxy Cat. So the game properly came out like yesterday for me. But some people were able to pay a premium to play this like 2 days before that. I don't like the idea of a finished product being like and paying a premium just to play it a day or two ahead of time. We have 0-day patches that come out for video games nowadays, and frankly, if you want to be one of those people that gets the game before its proper release, you're either got connections to the industry or you're, you know, got some underground connections. Paying for the premium isn't really a barrier for some people, so you're playing it more likely when other people want to. It's the difference between buying a game on discount and buying a game on release, except now they've introduced a buying a game at a higher release. Like, it doesn't do it for me. Noberto.
Chiral network coverage successfully expanded. Commencing data collection.
Okay.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Okay, so stealth is now a thingamadoogies. Silent handler.
Porter grade increased. Congratulations.
Cool. You've been here for 45 minutes, but you keep mixing up the pink username text with other people. Well, you said, Ernest, Izzy, like, Roxy Cat was the game came out. I thought I said Roxy Cat, and then, because you were the one that said the short attention span, and then Izzy was the one that was saying, like, look up. There's a lot of pink text names, okay?
Chiral network connection confirmed.
The automated.
And now we can begin fabricating the latest corpse disposal equipment. Until recently, we've been dealing with our dead by burying them in tar, but that solution was growing untenable. We should be okay moving forward. You must be exhausted after your... There are countless dangers in these parts. You should rest until... Please, stay... Well, our corpse disposal problem is no longer an issue thanks to you. But there's nothing we can do to get rid of the BT area we created. Fear of BTs and damage from timefall and chiralium exposure will continue to be a concern. And let's not forget about the bandits willing to attack travel. But so long as we remain connected to the network, we'll have... You brought us more than... As I mentioned before, we've been taking... Unfortunately, we took it too far. In trying to prevent the emergence of BT, and with the constant timefall in the vicinity, all these problems have contributed to an increased suicide rate, which in turn has resulted in even more bodies that we've... But thanks to the chiral network, we can now fabricate... Thank you again for everything.
That's
Now
not
get started
good.
right away on preparing your next order for you. By the time you wake up, it should be good. I hope.
Absolutely caked in dust. Definitely gonna try and give him a shower when I can.
Welcome, Sam. Please relax and enjoy your stay.
Excuse me. I love how the dust just like shakes off him. Zeebs isn't caked in dust, he's just caked. Alright, let's see. Is there a shower option? So, yes, there is. And it looks like they've given us privacy this time. They used to have... Oh, never mind. They used to have it where it was just like this semi-clear, like bathroom toilet stall thing. Now it looks like they give him just a room. Thank goodness. Wait, I had a sunburn? When the fuck did I have a sunburn? Oh. Sam, the shower and toilets are outside your private room. Chiral crystals will be recovered from any waste you produce, so go ahead and make use of the facilities. Thank you. Uh-huh. There's also a sink in the room. You can access to it where you can check out various weapons and learn how to use them in VR training. It's definitely worth checking them out. Nice. I will figure out how to do the rapid thingamadiggy, don't you worry. Drawbridge. Then we got different kinds of photos of the baby. So you got like a mixture from all the different ones. And then we got our bridge links. And look back on your likes that you've received. Nice. So that's our porter profile. Activity, structures. So not much there. Alright. And then... Is there a way to... I want to get to the... There's energy drinks there. Let me get to the energy drinks, sir. Never mind. We're just gonna go to sleep then. That would keep me up. There is no Monster Energy drink, Benru. It wasn't there, and I couldn't see it. Is this the beach? Shouldn't be dead. This could just be a nightmare. Yeah, I don't like the qubits that he has now. I much rather prefer when they were like originally like USB sticks. Now they look weird. That is a lot of dead babies. The fuck are you doing there? Amelie?
Lou.
Are you alright? If you're worried about Lou, don't be.
Wait, did you jump? Or is this a hologram?
I'll admit, the stuff is pretty new to me, but the app has been a big help. Figuring out why a baby's crying, getting the milk just warm enough. It's had the perfect advice for every situation.
Seeing Amelie and thinking, oh no, not again. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was just like, why are you here?
How does it feel to be back in the saddle?
Okay, so it is just a VR thing.
Works same as it ever was. It's the first time I've been away from Lo.
We're fine. Trust me. Just focus on the road, okay?
Yeah.
The first was full of baby-related traumas, and the second is also now filled with baby-related traumas. What fun times indeed, Benru. What fun times indeed. All right, since none of my moderators did the shout-out, here's a shout-out to Izzy the Fat Cat. She does some amazing artwork. You should go check her out. All right. Can I get to the... Like, there it is there. But they don't give us... Like... Ah, there we go. Okay. So I can use, like, the directionals. Alrighty, so we can eat one of these guys. Oslupo, hi! Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Alright. It's not Monster Energy drink, Benru. It's just... whatever the fuck... What is this? Chiral tea? Welcome to the stream, Oslupo. Hope you're having a wonderful time. You were playing this, days ago, weren't you? Like, when it first came out. Again! Oh, I didn't see that little tattoo in his underarm there. You know what? Third drink. Third time's a charm. We're gonna get maximum stamina increase. How he's not busting to piss after 3, like, just cracking open a fresh thingy-majiggy. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get myself a fresh Pepsi Max. Hang on a second. Chat, I'm gonna get a fresh one. I have a Doritos Cola there just waiting for me to get down to my goal weight. Swapping over to standing mode. All right, you ready for this, chat? Let me, actually, you know what? Let me just, let me up the gain just real quick. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You ready for this, chat? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Cheers. So, all right, what did I miss? Not a single swallow? Nah, he was gulping. It just wasn't a very audible gulp. I think it's still funny how this game is ostensibly set in the post-apocalyptic, but there's still someone mass-producing things. Well, yeah, the Cairo printers. Just imagine 3D printers in, like, a massive production, and they're not limited to plastic. That's what's happening. Also, let us not forget, this motherfucking game came out before COVID happened, and he was just like, oh yeah, there's been disasters that have happened in the earth, so everyone is stuck home and isolated. So, you know, meal deliveries and entertainment stuck at home got really rampant, but we were really reliant on, you know, deliveries for things you couldn't get in the home. And, you know, there were some people that, you know, that's their only connection to the world was through the internet or the you know, the delivery peeps. Like, wasn't that wild? Imagine if we didn't have COVID. We would be looking at this nonsense of being like, man, that sounds unrealistic, staying at home for long periods of time and only using delivery as our means to connect with one another. Couldn't have been us. There would be very little reason for us to be stuck in our homes for months at a time. I'm doing pretty well, and yeah, I basically went for 10 hours when it came out. Nice. I've only just started today. I have been streaming for the last 2 hours, and about an hour of that has been me distracted talking about things. Oh, cool. You can make them clear. Nice. All right. And then that's the looting glasses, and then... All right, so apparently there's going to be different kinds of camos he can wear. But let's customize the backpack. Let's see. Can we change the backpack? Yes. Okay, so we can fabricate attachments. Oh, okay, so we can do patches. All right. The American Crib Boat Tide, a 1v1 backpack patch that allows the wearer to express their individuality. It's designed to pick, say, thingamadoog. Alright. You know what? Let's go with my... Am I an A negative or an A positive? I'm trying to remember what my blood... Like, I've donated blood a few times in the past, and I'm trying to remember which blood type I am. I'm pretty sure... I know I'm an A... But I'm trying to remember if I'm an A negative or an A positive right now. And it's... I can't remember. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go for this silly little guy. There we go. There we go. Alright, so I can only fabricate patches right now. Alright, oh wait, hang on. There's another thing I can customize with my backpack? Oh, I can change the color. Cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Wolf Gray. We're gonna go with Wolf Gray. Alright, and then we can change the screen. We can use the sink. Can he make looks? No. Normally, if you, like, did, like, directional thingamadiggies, he would do, like, a thing weird, like... Yeah. I should have done that when he had the dust on his face. So we can customize... Okay, so it's just customizing it here. Never mind. There used to be a way where he would, like, do poses and such in front of the mirror. But it's a shame that they got rid of that, it seems. Alright, so we can go to the surface. We can test weapons. Sleep until morning. Sleep until evening. Alright, let's have a look at our weapon options. It is literally just VR. Alright, so we got the MP assault rifle. We've got the master gun. No idea what any of those are. Alright. Let's give training a try. Alright, so we got fundamentals. So we got covert actions, cargo recovery, melee combat, and firearms. Alright. Let's try to do some of these drills. We might get something for it. Oh, it's a wireless heads-up display. That's cool. I like that. Alright. Man, I can't wait for when we get, like, wireless VR headsets for PC. I am not looking forward to our PCs doing that, though. Alright. Make your way to the objective without being detected. Cool. Oh, there's a time limit? Alright, here we go. Oh. Catch a glimpse, we'll admit, let's get out of the area quickly or find a place to hide so he loses interest. Can you get out of my way, please? Did he detect me from here? Are you kidding me? Yep. You're playing VR in a game while playing on a console while presenting a VTuber. Alright. Cool. You're in the middle of your progress will not be saved. Do not care. I just wanted to see what happens. And already I'm like, darn you, sir. Alright. Ding, 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 ding. Back to the private room and back up to the surface. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go for another order. Alright, I stood up for minutes. Sometimes I wish I had a better understanding of how to do like tracking on my PC, so then that way I'm able to present like, you know, way more movements of my body rather than just like, you know, head turns and such. You know, show it so I can like, you know, be able to like, you know, push my body up and down. Because right now the only way I can have my body do like an up and down thing is if I do an animation like one of these. Just gonna leave this here for the next minute so people can really appreciate the work I do for them.
Good morning, Sam. Did you have a good rest?
Excellent.
We're already making progress in addressing the corpse disposal situation here. Once again, I've got to thank you for that. If you access the delivery terminal, you'll find that you can fabricate. We have some materials on hand here that you can use. Now, we don't have all the same schematics in Mexico that you have access to in the UCA. But as you link up more facilities to increase we should be able to share all kinds of new data with you. I heard that you're planning to extend chiral network coverage to the south. So go ahead and pick up. I'll explain the finer details of them.
Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty then. Oh, we can have a conversation? Damn. Oh, but we've already asked the questions. Share cargo with other porters. Let's take on some orders. Alright, so that's to get us to La Madre.
Your next destination is Villa Libre. The people there don't have enough medical equipment to meet their needs. If you bring them this delivery, you'll be sure to earn their trust. And once you've done that, you'll have an easier time convincing. Timefall is coming. Cargo containers that are if you carry container repair spray with, keep an eye out for the rivers and bandit camps in the air. On your way to Villa Libre, you might pass it. We left behind some spare. If you see it, take a look inside. There should be materials in there too. Also, if you have any extra with a moment's generosity. Finally, each postbox has a private locker which can be used to store equipment for later use. So what do you think? Have enough information? Take your time.
Alright, so we'll just do a straight... Ooh, interesting. No idea why the climbing anchor is there.
Commencing route creation.
And then...
Delivery route finalized.
Yeah, so we'll just make it like a real quick left side of the mountain, go through all the people that are here. We get back out, make our way north. Easy. Close and proceed. Yep.
This order calls for some pretty hefty but don't forget to take into account all the every piece of equipment. So think carefully about your loadout. Try to pick critical items that won't weigh you down. Run out of stamina halfway through a
Make all necessary preparations for your...
Alright, let's see. Can we...
Please select an item to fabricate.
So, I'm pretty sure we already have one in us. So, cargo management. Alright, yeah, so we got an electric rod, we've got rubber bullets, and we got this one which uses MP bullets. But I don't know what MP means. Let's recycle you. Ladder, climbing anchor, ladder on the tool rack, handgun there. Attach you to the shoulder. And then your rubber bullets, so let's hang you on the tool rack. And then... Yep. That way we don't have, like, too many, things, so... So yeah, so we're carrying a heavy load right now. That thing might run out of ammo, most likely. And then we got transporter books. Alright. We have to deal with Timefall at least once, so we are going to just, Yep. There we go. And then... that is gonna go onto our right hip. Alright, let's head out. Should be good now. Although, Jesus Christ, we're putting on a bit of weight for Sam. It's not a good idea having two guns, I suppose.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Alright. Yeah, we got ourselves on a bit of a heavy unit here. I wonder if we're gonna see Oz Lupo's little markers and shit.
I'm Sam!
Let's see, Silly Goose. Oh! A package in the Timefall?
Please give it your all.
I wonder if there's a way for me to, like, place something down. Let's see. So cargo management, auto arrange, offloading, unusable items. Nope, that's not it. Okay, so unable to place sign, there's another one nearby. Winky face, here we go. Alright, so we gotta be going that way. Not a lot of structures helping us get cover from the rain, so that's gonna be a bit of a probs.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Great.
Oh, that's cool. When you're looking up at the sky, you get hit with, like, rain on your camera. Oh, hello, chiral shit. Rain falling upstream in the nearby river. Okay, so the water levels are rising. Been meaning to tune into your streams. Hi there, Infra. Welcome to the stream. Glad that you're able to step in. Yeah, this is a special stream because normally I don't stream Friday mornings, but because I work the Saturday shift, I had a day off spare, and I decided to make it Friday because Thursday was when Death Stranding 2 was released, and while I had to work Thursday, I made it so I don't have to work Friday, and I'm able to go through Death Stranding 2. So I know there's a number of streamers who have already started playing this game, like at the start of the week. So I'm coming into this a few days behind schedule, but I'd rather that than, you know, not being able to play this game until the weekend. Alrighty, so we've got a few things that we need. All right. Barely see anyone. Damn it. Oh, why am I getting notification? Oh my god, who's sending me? Why am I getting notifications in the... Sorry, work... It's my day off, but there is messages. Do not get notifications about replies. Alright, cool. Awesome. Alright. Never really understood the premise of Death Stranding, to be honest, but it warrants a sequel that this many people are hyped about. That must mean something, eh? So, the... Oh, hello, Raiders! Lionor Muscle! Welcome to the stream, everyone! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I normally go through games in my backlog or brand new games that have caught my interest. And for today, we're going through Death Stranding. Death Stranding 2. I played Death Stranding before I ever did streaming. It was very, it was very enjoyable. And, blah, blah, where's my brain at? Brain. Hey, as I raided, an ad hit me, but stream went well. I'm so sorry, that an ad has decided to hit you just as you streamed. I wasn't paying attention to my ad scheduler. Keep an eye on my scheduler. But yeah, so where's my brain at? But yeah, so I've gone through Death Stranding, like the first game, before I ever did streaming and such. I very much enjoyed it. Mechanically, it was very much fun. Story was, you know, Hideo Kojima kind of craziness, but there was some stuff you could pick up. And yeah, now I'm going through Death Stranding 2. Many people were starting playing this on like Tuesday. I didn't get that luxury, so we're playing it today because it's my day off. So yeah. Oh shit. Hang on a second, Whip you. Get shot in the middle. Ow, fuck you. Ow, I don't know my buttons. Headshot. And there we go. Alpha Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Jesus, there's still one of you alive. There we go. Alrighty, there we go. And I am out of upload you. And let's get this equipped. There we go. All right, let's get our... Oh, shit. Not a good time to do that. Get the weapon out again. Where the hell is the other guy? Infra, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. All right, put that on your back. Get out of the rain, so then that way we don't have any more, like, nonsense. You on your back. That on my back. There we go. So that's knocked him out. Or we just get more enemies. Where the fuck did the other guy come from? God damn. Oh, Jesus. Where is the other guy? Is that him up there? Oh, there he is. There we go, and then... Alright. Let's swap to our spray. You away. Well, we're not gonna get a perfect delivery because I know we got hit in the hand like several times. All right, swap back to the FP. Oh, there he is, up there. Go. Enemy base neutralized. Cool, so we don't have to deal with these guys ever again. And it looks like we can get ourselves a vehicle of some kind from that. Delivered additional repair materials from post box near what's next. Awesome. You're about to start Death Stranding 2 as well, Alpha Wolf God? Nice. It is honestly I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the game. I remember playing this like years ago and I had fun with it, so. All right, so put this on your back. Let's see, are we allowed to use this vehicle? It looks like we can. It is a much different vehicle from normal as well. All right. Here we are. Awesome, awesome. Although I didn't really think through. Oh, okay, so yeah, there's a river that forms here because of that. All right, so we're gonna need... All right. Okay, let's see. Can we cross this? So, Let's see, let's see. So far, so good. And, yep, we're able to cross it. Alright. Now the question is did I put myself in a worse situation? No, not explicitly. I just, you know, crossed the river too soon is what I did. It doesn't have all the battery in the world, but that's okay. And then jump. Nice. So we can just jump that. All right. Go. Here we go. Here we go. And then do not get stuck in the river. Thought I was following you from last time I tuned in. Let me rectify that. No, thank you so much, Infra, for fixing that. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty. Meow. Let's see if we can get to this. Hold to open the toolbox. Aim straight. Alright. Okay, so that's where we need to go. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool! Come on. Drive. Come on, you can do it. Oh, you got stuck by a rock. Never mind. Okay, there we go. It doesn't really give me the option. Cannot equip nonsense while we're in the middle of driving, I'm sorry to say. That's okay. We're nearing the villa. If I can keep this thing charged, this is going to be a pretty good vehicle for us to use. Sam's abilities have improved in accordance with his experience. Excellent. There we go. How do I get out of this? Oh, that's cool. All right. Alrighty, how much damage has there been to our boxes? Let's see. Deliver and report. 6% oh, one of our units took like took a brunt of the damage. Okay. That's not ideal, but hey, it's less than 20%, so it's less than a fifth. Ah, there we go.
You're Sam, right? Did the timefall give you a lot of trouble? For making the trip.
Not as much as the enemies, because I wasn't properly doing the takedowns and what have you, stealth nonsense, so. Yeah, we get...
The contents are okay.
I wish I can do better. I wish I could have done...
Get this back, but seems I have to say, this time to connect. Once we're part of... I can get myself... We've all been looking. So go ahead.
There we go. Alright. But yeah, hopefully you had a wonderful time in Dead by Daylight, Leonor. Sorry I didn't say anything sooner. I've been... Yeah. This enthralls me. It's great to play this game. Go. Another piece of Mexico done. La Madre. Oh, it gives us some stuff south of the what's-my-hoozy as well. Cairo cover is expanded, granting access to a PCC. Hey, and we get ourselves a Quokka hologram. There we go. So now we are a brave handler.
Chiral communications have been established. Now I can finally use one of these medical units to assess the... I just pray they're strong and healthy. The elderly residents here will also be... Oh, seems like you should be capable of... Probably thanks to the chiral network Of course, every additional structure will eat into that... There's one other problem. It's not a critical issue, so I posted an aid request with further details. If you're
Side quests?
check it out
Absolutely.
via your ring terminal. The only people that still live here, other than myself, are elderly. The last of the younger residents decided to risk it all and leave for Ciudad Nudo del Norte a while back. Too many bandits in these parts. We took what we wanted and didn't care about anyone but ourselves. But after I got pregnant, I had to clean up my act. My friends didn't so they ditched me. Left me to walk, even though the poor souls are struggling with oak. That's why we put in the order. Some of the cargo we had stored here was washed. The water carried it into bandit territory. I know this isn't the sort. If you're willing and able, all of the.
Yep, I will help him out with that.
I'm not sure. But for some reason, the fetus seems to have stopped growing at 7 months. If something's wrong with, and not no, but with one of our new, I want to believe.
I wonder if, like, because of the time fall and all that kind of nonsense, like, your body can naturally come up with resistances and such, which might be affecting, like, the actual growth of the baby.
Of the C1 South Distribution Center. Need you to. You can review the specific. So once, I'll share.
Yep. Cool. Sorry, I'm just. This is a side area, so. Alrighty, let's have a look. Recover all chiral density gauges stolen by the bandits. Oh, okay, so that has us needing to go through the forest.
And I'll bring you up to speed with what I know.
Alright.
The order you've undertaken is to recover chiral density gauges that have been stolen by bandits and taken back to their base. The base is located in some overgrown ruins, so you'll have a hard time getting a clear view of it.
There's also a set of mountains in the way.
Construct a watchtower nearby before you charge in. With it, you can get a better handle on the situation and improve your odds of getting the job done quietly. But that's not all, of course. This way, you can help out the people. Think about what I told you and finalize your route. Best of luck to you out there.
Alrighty, so flooding point, and then what's this here? A steep hill with dense vegetation. The hill takes its name from its mysterious spider-like creatures that many people. Oh, of course they give us spiders. All right, but from the looks of it.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation.
And then go out here, and then straight shot there.
Delivery route finalized.
Alrighty. Yep, so we can build a watchtower with that. So let's put that in our backpack. Oh wait, we did all our preparations, so let's go.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Till next time.
Go. Thankfully, we're not dealing with chiral nonsense now, so... Also, I'm glad that they gave us a vehicle, like, so soon into this game, but I'm gonna need to be mindful of the fact that it does not have a good charge. Oh boy. Let's have a think about that. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of trekking, most likely, so let's not use the vehicle during this area. Cheeselessness. Oh, special alloy. Okay. I'll pick you up as well. Uh-huh. Not a tar. Get some spiral. Another ladder. Oh, hey! Weird spiders? What the fuck are those? Ew, what the shit? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. 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 Fuck, 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 fuck.
Warning. Analysis confirms that these hostile life forms are chiral creatures.
Really? I couldn't tell. They seem to be, like, sensitive to touch, however, so maybe if I don't walk on them, we'll be fine.
Please take measures to withstand the heat. That's the spirit.
Hey there, Davy boy. The Death Stranding do be standing. The Death Stranding be fun. It works out well. Alrighty. Let's get up here. It's gonna be a little bit of a tricky trek, but that's okay. How goes your side of things, Davy boy? So far, so good. But So yeah, I've been streaming for like the last like almost 3 hours, but about an hour of that has been me going on tangents and what have you. So yeah, I've not gone too far. Alrighty. Alrighty. Alright. Cool. Try not to be too quick. And grab you. There we go. Oh, nice.
Bring it handy. Thank you kindly.
I will always support you.
Alright. Alrighty. Let's grab one of yous and make a watchtower.
Oh, right.
And once that's made, we can figure out the, who's in the area. You just finished Art, so you're chilling with some games, and you're gonna watch a movie with some pals later? Hey, nice! I'm chilling by playing this video game and doing my best at it. I have no idea how long I will play this game either. It is tempting to do like a really long stream, but I have a meal delivery coming in today, so there's the possibility that I would have to like grab that stuff and put it in my refrigerator before it goes off. I need to try and like do a little bit of walking, so then that way I'm not just excuse me, brain. So then that way I'm not just sitting here. Although I will be real with you, it is very tempting, like going on a diet break for like a week or two when we go into July, and you know, just try out a lot of foods I didn't have a chance to enjoy, and then you know, after a week or two we just go and do some. We go through like the intensive calorie deficit again, like we did back in January. All right, so from the looks of it, there are 1, 2. So it looks like there's 5 people we gotta worry about. All right, so it looks like it's gonna be nighttime when we do that. So yeah, we might have a better. That is my thingamadiggy. Hang on a second. So sorry. Speak of the devil and my meal delivery. Speak of the devil. Ding, dong, bam, boom. I am so sorry, chat. Additional technique. Oh! Because now I might love it. Me, at 150 kilograms, 7 kilos doesn't hit 10%. And I need to lose, like... I'm GrantZeebs. Thank you, Cap. No, not Cap. Fuck. You're wrong BBW artist. Fuck. You're Izzy, the fat cat. Hi. The only reason I was saying for the viewers. Hang on. Let me get rid of that. Let's stop the animation. Give it a good shake. Give it one good shake. we go. Like, you know, someone's gonna like, you know, someone does like, Chad, give me 500 bits. Oh my god, thank you for 500 biddies. And then like, look, fucking massive boobies. No! No, 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 no! Uh-oh. Alright. Shame it didn't, like, change the thingy-majiggy when it was, like, ding-dong.
Learned today.
Yeah.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Do I want the cum or do I want the cum?
Hello? Huh?
I don't yet see. Ah, there it is. I see it. I see it. But yeah, can we get it? If there's a moderator in my channel, can we get like a shout out for unnamed, please? There we go. And then pan. There we go. Look at that. There's a camera there. Right there. Hi, chat. So yeah, so I can be like, you know, it goes all the way over here, and then there's like, you know. So yeah, so I can have this camera. Also, because it's USB-C, and I have a long enough USB-C cable, this camera is definitely going to be useful in, you know, putting... Thank you for the contribution! Wait. How much was that contribution? Hang on. Wait. What? Hang on. Sorry, like, there's... Hang on. What? Ding. Alright, I'm back. I'm done with the, what's-mahoozies. The U-Foods and all that. So, hi there. There's Sky. Glad to see you're still with us. I'm back. I'm back now. Alright. So, Bing, dong, stop running around. So yeah, so sorry, that, I can't believe, I was literally like minutes ago talking about like, oh yeah, like today I have like a U-Foods delivery, so then that way, like, you know, I got my, like, my one meal in the day that is like not a shake and what have you, is delivered by U-Foods. U-Foods normally, like, they have a series of foods that are that are low calorie. Now, their definition of low calorie is less than 400 calories. I need it to be 350 calories or less. There were a few foods that were not available for me that they had to really quickly change, like, the thingy-majiggy. So, give me a second. Let me... So, yeah, I had, like, 3 messages go off on Wednesday where they were like, hi there, we're experiencing some, you know, supply chain disruptions and we'll need to do a last-minute meal switch. They couldn't provide me... So there was a roast chicken and something or rather, which would have provided me with like less than 350 calories. So they swapped me to a fried chicken and gravy with creamy mash and peas. That has like 450 calories. It's kind of crazy. Then they did it again for the... and swapped me to a barbecue pork with cabbage and bacon slaw. And then a third one, instead of having a Mediterranean lamb, which I think was like a really close to 350 calories for me then, they swapped me to a rich tomato lamb with herbed potatoes. So I now have like 3 meals in my week that are well over 350 calories. Bit crazy. Honestly, this is... I would prefer if they were like, hey, we have supply issues, we can give you a refund, or you can pick one of these options. If they gave me the option to pick the meal instead of like getting the resupply issue, instead of like, you know, picking themselves, I would try and find something that's like in the 350 calories or less, because they do have those, or find a close proximity to it. But they don't give me that option. I just have to trust that whatever they pick for me is like, you know, good for me. And the ones they pick for me are really high in calories, so... Alright, so we need to find some chiral density stuff. Nighttime is approaching. Alright, let's go for the strand. Let's try and be stealthy. Oh, there's another guy up there. So... let's deal with you first, actually, because you're like a watch point or something like that, I feel. If we get rid of, if we get you out of the way first, we have less likelihood of getting jumped. There we go. So that's you out of the way. Oh, you can, like, take off the backpack while running around. Okay, okay. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Alrighty, let's get this other guy. Villain number 2. You're gone. Ah, there's a river. Okay. Let's see. Let's get a ladder going outside of the peripheral, so then that way we have a chance to... we should have, like, 2 ladders for us, so... should be easy enough. 2 ladders can be joined together to create a single... oh, nice! That's cool, that's cool. Alright, that's a lot better. Make 1 big ladder instead of, you know, 2... I like that. That's cool. Alrighty. Alright. Is there another? Oh, he's up there. Never mind. Okay. Alright, so our buddy is over there. Light. Yep, there you are. I probably got detected then. Yeah, so that's yellow. They spotted me. Climbing anchor fella up there. Go. Go. Alright, so gunshots are not quiet. Good to know. There we go.
Undesignated cargo successfully recovered. Proceed to delivery destination for processing.
Alright, let's figure out auto-arrange cargo. There we go. That should be a bit better now. Also, do we have any more cargo spray? Yes we do. We have like an entire additional cargo spray, so I'm willing to just, you know, use all of this. And then... Ah. I'm holding on to a lot of weight here.
Listen to the
43 inhabitants in the South Distribution Center, managed by Benjamin Rivera.
ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds. Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Alright. Let's try and get down this hill.
Decontamination in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
Alright. Should be able to deliver some stuff here. Yep. 2 deliveries, no damage. Use filtration equipment as well, no damage. Excellent. Hopefully this is some S-rank stuff.
Hola, you're Sam, right?
Hola.
I assume you're here to drop off that stolen cargo of ours?
Yep.
Those chiral density gauges in our possession will be able to determine where BTs are likely to appear in the future. So, let's get a look at those containers and see if we're good to go.
X rank. Excellent. Recovered from enemy territory, eliminated threats, stealthy eliminations, and undetected by hostiles. Excellent. So we still got that, which is good.
Picked this up while you were out and about, huh?
Yep.
We really needed it. I just have to say that you're an absolutely incredible porter.
Life well lived. Receive a total of 2,400 or more likes by completing orders. Nice.
Looks like our chiral density gauges are just about good to go. So, let's see what that Cupid of yours can do.
Another piece of Mexico down. Giving us Benjamin Rivera's little location. Nice, nice. So we got that weird, like, sliver of region not to us. A blood grenade used to expel blood. Yep. On impact, damaging PTs. Blood cloud lingers in the air, causing continuous damage and obscuring enemy vision, and can be stored in the grenade pouch. A timefall shelter? Nice. We're being seen as a silent handler now. More distance traveled. So far, 2 hours of play.
It's high time we got on the chiral network. Our BT research should go a hell of a lot faster now. We just shared some data with you that'll let you fabricate blood grenades. A kind of anti-BT weapon. I think you'll find the chiral density gauges you brought us, we can resume all distribution. A lot of lives are gonna... it's one of the fruits of our joint effort with the lab to develop anti-BT tech. Up until now, our primary weapons against these entities have been created with the blood of doom sufferers. And so, production is wholly reliant upon regular donations from rare individuals like yourself.
Yeah.
Securing a stable supply has been difficult.
So how's this one?
You know all about that, given your experiences with the UCA. But this weapon utilizes synthetic blood with all the same anti-BT properties. Derived from samples taken from doom sufferers, it can be produced at scale to meet demand. And despite its artificial nature, it's actually proven to be more potent than the genuine article. So you can think of our new weapon as a more full-blooded version of the hematic grenade it replaces. In any case, we won't need to ask you for your blood ever again, so rest easy. If you want to test it out, we have some training. Feel free to access the... So, you probably think timefall shelters are only good for getting out of the rain, right? Wrong. Our timefall shelters are different, you see. After extensive research and development, we were able to outfit them with a system that disperses a BT repellent fluid. So if you've got one on your tail and it's about to grab you, these shelters are the perfect way out. Only downside is that the repellent has a limited supply, so make sure you don't run low. It has other perks too. The shelter can purify timefall and convert it into drinkable water, allowing you to top up your canteen on the go. We've posted an aid request so you can fabricate a shelter to see how it works. Researchers at other facilities are also in the process of looking into how various structures might be improved. As you expand chiral network coverage, we'll be able to share information and coordinate our efforts more effectively. And I'm sure we will all make even faster progress as a result. So keep on doing what you do and linking up places for us. This whole area is a chiralium-rich environment, so there's a much higher risk of BTs showing up. We've been coordinating with the research lab nearby, sharing data, etc. All to help develop BT avoidance and elimination solutions. One of the largest void outs ever recorded happened down south, don't forget, giving rise to a massive tar belt. So massive that it completely cut us off from the land beyond. We can't afford to let that kind of tragedy repeat itself here. But between the cargo you've delivered to us and our new connection to the chiral network, I think we got a shot. We're gonna make it through this.
What's the next order?
By the way, you're planning to visit the research lab, yeah?
Yep.
You'll have to pass through some dangerous territory then. We'll do a quick survey of the chiral density, so you might not want to leave right away. And let's not forget that you just tackled one of our toughest orders on record.
Really?
We got a nice private
No fish? Oh, hang on.
to catch your breath. We'll get started on prepping the cargo for your next run in the meantime.
There we go. That'll fix it. Weird that it didn't do the fish properly. Alright. So far, so good. Well, you only got a can, so... is it really worth it? Oh, you're going to sleep already, Sam? Damn. Hi, Sir Dragon. Sniff. I don't think this is a dream.
Gate quake detected. Please seek shelter immediately.
Sam, are you okay?
I'm fine. You guys?
The facility's intact, but the research lab might have taken a hit. The local chiralium levels appear to be rising.
Might be a good idea to make our way over there now, then.
Head to the delivery terminal upstairs and check their order.
Yep. Let's try and get there as soon as we can.
Sam, we've got a situation. The delivery for the research lab is ready for transport, but the chiral density is higher than anticipated. This may be due to the gatequake just now, but we've identified a new BT area in the vicinity. However, we have no BB pods on hand. I know you've got dooms, but without a pod, you're gonna struggle to determine it.
Don't worry, if I can get close enough. Seems like my dooms level or whatever went up at some point.
Oh yeah? That's awesome. By the way, we finished a preliminary assessment of the BTs detected in the vicinity of the research lab. And we've prepared some weapons that should be effective against them. You're a pro. I know you can handle this.
What kind of BTs are there?
According to our initial survey, you can expect to encounter gazers in the field. If you make contact with a gazer, then another type of BT, a hunter will emerge from the tar and try to capture you. If they succeed in this, you'll come face to face with a massive BT known as a catcher. Now,
BTs, Izzy! BTs! We don't know their sexual orientation! It could be all kinds of peeps! Assuming their sexual orientation.
So make sure to escape the catcher before that happens. Or use the...
I've also not been paying attention to what they were talking about until the catcher thing.
We've issued you a number of blood grenades. They use an active agent based on comp. You can practice if you'd like to try them out. Your other weapons won't do any damage to BTs. Make sure you're well...
Alright, so grenades will not be useful. So guns will not be useful. Grenades are what we want, so... Let's...
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated. The delivery
Alright.
will be assigned to another porter.
Alright, so... Actually, container spray... Keep you... We don't know if we need you yet, but you might be useful. We've got like 3 ladders, so... Excuse me. Alright, deliver the prototype MP to the former geophysicist research... Okay, so we need to defeat the BTs in the area, then head to the research lab.
Alright, Sam. You good to go? The new BT area we've identified is located in these ruins.
Uh-huh. BLT... No, we're not having BLT burgers! I would love BLT burgers, but I can't have them yet. As tempting as it is to have them when I'm on a diet break, I feel like a diet break I'm still gonna need to be manageable to some level.
And the time fall isn't letting up anytime soon either. Since you'll also have cargo for the research lab with you, take care not to let it get damaged by the time fall or in any fights with BTs. An aid request for a timefall shelter was registered in that vicinity. If you build one near that spot, you can use it to escape any BT. And if you stash your backpack, so if you got room to carry a little extra, consider requisitioning a PCC.
Yeah, I've already got one of those. Alrighty, so let's try and get to...
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Alright. Okay, so we got prototype bullets. Let's put that in our backpack. And then we got a grenade that we can put in the grenade pouch. Alright. KFC nuggets. Sir Dragon! Are you trying to convince me to get more food? Wait, food? Alright, here we go.
Please give it your all.
Still have not seen any stickers from Oz Lupo, which is a little... I would have loved to have seen something from Oz Lupo, but we haven't seen anything yet. Alright. Alright,
Take care.
Alright. Oh, we're picking up a lot of chiral crystals, so... Excuse me. I can just blot out the messages that Sir Dragon, because Sir Dragon is probably giving me like more food, so I can just ignore messages with like the dark blue text and I'll be a lot better. I just need to mentally block them from my head. Time full of clothing, thank you. Damn, that was stronger than the last one we were in. Also, just a random rock rolling after that. Ah, excuse me. Pick you up. Alright, let's get rolling. Ba 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 ba. Rolling. Ba 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 ba. If you move too far away from cargo, it will be redistributed to other porters, either to be entrusted for delivery or to do as they see fit. This does not apply to cargo that's stored in a private locker. Cool. There we go. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Almost lost my footing there. Alright, so there's a construction request to make a timefall shelter there. So we'll go for... Oh. Tar eruption samples, a cuddly toy duck. Wow, a lot of crazy nonsense here and there. Alright, there we go.
Construction process now complete.
There we go. Yeah, we got a lot of ladders. Like, a lot of them. Note to self, use more ladders. Also, what was my mission? Defeat the BTs in the BT area. Ah, okay. So... Okay, so, okay, so I actually do need to, like, fight the BTs here. Okay, hang on a sec, hang on. Alright, where is he? Where... Go. There we are. How many of these BTs do I need to find? Oh. 'Cause it says to, like, fight them and shit, so, like... There we go. Go. Don't know where the fuck he is. Oh, there he is. And looks like there's another one there. Oh, hello.
That's the best you got?
Nice.
Neutralized. Please deliver your cargo to the research lab.
Did it! Oh, I do love Meat Lover's Pizza, though. I will be real with you. But oh my goodness, I'm carrying so much shit right now. Pick that up. I'm just gripping for dear life, like the two larger, like the two triggers. So then that way my guy is just holding onto it. Oh. Ooh.
Have faith.
One benefit to the end of the world, you get to see the stars again. I would love to see the stars more often, but I wouldn't exactly want the end of the world to be the reason we get to see them. That is beautiful, honestly. Although there's a lot of shooting stars going off. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like that's really gonna be, you know, putting a bit of a downturn on the wish economy.
Huh. So that's the place, huh?
Go.
Nothing to worry about.
Did it.
Good evening, Sam. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Yay, my skills have improved. I have higher endurance.
Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds. Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Sounds good to me. Got some delivery to do. Alright, so... Yep, so we got some tar samples, anti-timefall clothing, an ancient fossil. Pretty good. Good deliveries, good deliveries. Ah, big stretch! Big stretch for the big boy!
Having said that, I realize you probably don't recognize me like this. Anyway, why don't you let me take a look at your orders?
Wait, who are they talking about? I don't know who they're... Who is that?
Would you look at that? I knew we were right to call on you.
Yeah! Less than 5% tag. Average. Threats eliminated, stealthy eliminations, and not detected by hostiles.
Picked up some lost cargo, I see. Should be...
Alex Weatherstone.
Reliable as ever. A man you can count on.
Yeah, it doesn't ring any bells.
we're ready for you to link us up with your Cupid. Once you do, you'll have fulfilled your objective of bringing the entirety of Mexico onto the chiral network.
Really? 4 places in Mexico and that's it? I thought there was way more places in Mexico. Beautiful. Beautiful, powerful, dangerous, cold. Ice doesn't be untold. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. Ah! You do look familiar for some reason. For some reason, Alex Weatherstone looks familiar. Anti-BT effects have been added to MP bullets. Nice. Alright, let's have a look. Greater level into our porter. Higher in our stealth. Our servicemanship has gone up as well.
So, Sam, don't suppose you remember who I am? The name's Alex. I used to work at the weather station back.
That's who!
I was a Bridges employee, reporting directly to Deadman. So, when I was offered the opportunity...
So between the Timefall Farm and, like, South Knot City...
and BTs, I jumped at the chance, and here I am. And now, you're here too. You actually couldn't have come at a better time. Shortly before your arrival, chiral density levels started to climb, hitting significantly higher ranges than before. This kind of spike is indicative of an imminent giant BT appearance. I've shared with you some MP bullets that should be very effective against BTs. Because if a giant BT is on the way, then we're gonna need you to put it down.
What are you studying right now?
Chiral density levels in this region have been fluctuating wildly. We've been seeing a lot of gatequakes and seismic activity as well. It's almost certainly related to recent shifts in the tar currents. Our analysis of these anomalies has led us to believe that the arrival of a giant BT is all but imminent. What the data doesn't tell us is exactly where it might appear.
I don't like the sound of that.
Equipment just wasn't precise enough to zero in. Now that you've connected us to the network, though, we should be able to make more accurate predictions. We seriously owe you.
What kind of weapons you got?
Well, the delivery you were kind enough to bring us contained a shipment of MP bullets that have anti-BT properties. This ammunition will turn your average assault rifle into a BT killing machine. You can also fabricate blood grenades if you want to keep a few on hand. Before you head back out, review your options and requisition any weapons you think you might need. We've set aside a ton of extra materials just for this purpose.
What should I do after this? Wait. There we go.
It's hard to know when this giant BT is going to appear. So for now, you should rest up in your private room and prepare for a potential fight. That's both mine and Deadman's recommendation. We'll keep you posted, Sam.
Ah, another shower sequence. That's kind of cool that the ring is also waterproof, though.
It's been too long, Sam.
Deadman?
You were a good friend to me. One I could never forget.
Did you have to do this, like, you know, at nighttime?
Which is why I took steps to ensure that this message would only play upon your arrival. The sensors were set to scan for your biometric data. A simple enough trick.
And of course, he's got the cufflink on.
Now, this was originally a geophysics laboratory established for the study of earthquakes.
Uh-huh.
And for that reason, it holds a wealth of documentation on gatequakes, tar currents, and placates. As well, I discovered, as research data on the other side. Now, what I'm about to tell you, I learned after I came to this place. Imagine that this is the lab.
Okay.
Though it's relatively close to the northern tip of South America, the continent is entirely cut off from us by a tar belt. And so we have no idea what's going on down there.
Okay.
Nor do we know the state of any continent other than our own. The researchers here were trying to establish contact with the rest of the world. They were well equipped to do so, as the facility had once been used to launch research satellites.
They've done way too much work.
A variety of probes and drones in the hope of obtaining observational data, with no success. The Earth, you see, is shrouded in a thick layer of chiralium that renders electronics inoperable at altitude. So they tried sending ships across the ocean. Oh, yes. Oh, but that failed too. The high concentration of chiralium in open water proved too corrosive, invariably causing them to sink. But then the researchers found some rather rare birds on their doorsteps. Birds not native to the region.
Somehow able
Nice
to...
birdie, nice birdie.
Was he expecting us to have, like, Lou with us while we were getting over here?
A strange
Is that why he's having, like, all these, like, little baby things?
Well, the surrounding area was heavily contaminated with chiralium. Yes. This is beautiful. The researchers would later dub the anomaly a plate gate. But further investigation revealed that it came into existence when you began to expand the chiral network across North America, and that the gate grew larger in tandem with the network itself. What started as a tiny fissure in space became so much more. The researchers duly installed cameras to study the gate and its surrounding area. Now, to their surprise, they caught footage of some unusual marsupials. Yes.
Koala!
Kind you wouldn't expect to normally encounter in Central America, like the birds. But to confirm their suspicions, they sent an autonomous robot through the gate. The soil samples it collected were consistent with the archived geological
Sam was ready.
Southern Hemisphere.
Sam was... I'm gonna be real, I would have been ready as well. I would have been like, yep, it's gonna go off the edge, but no, apparently. It'd be sweet with him if he did. I feel like he did. I honestly feel like he's using so many things, and he's just like, I'm gonna make this presentation also fun for the baby. For baby Lou.
Not long after, several men and women came through the gate.
Oh.
They spoke English.
Cool.
And they confirmed that they had indeed come from faraway Australia.
Hey, Australia is mentioned!
The world outside North and Central America had survived. Ours was not the last bastion of humanity, but Australia had suffered the Death Stranding too. Undeterred, the researchers began working closely with Bridges and conducted a series of tests, paving the way for an expedition to Australia that would lay the groundwork for chiral network expansion.
Uh-huh.
After they had first installed surveillance equipment, that is, so that the gate could be monitored from the Mexican side, a necessity to this day as Australia is not yet connected to the chiral network. The UCA may not have dreams of conquest and control, but they aren't about to let just anyone use the gate. Indeed, That's one of the reasons they were so determined to connect Australia to the network in the first place. Well, I suppose that's all I have to say about the Plate Gate. There's something else that I need to tell you, though. Something far more important.
Let us know.
Mind if I pause it here? I have to go take a shower.
I forgot it's a hologram.
Sam, a gigantic BT just showed up outside. We're prepping weapons for you now. Access the terminal up top and...
I thought it was like a live recording, but no, but no. It was, you know. Alrighty. Hostile presence. Okay, cool. To the surface we go. Also, I was so lost, I didn't pay attention to him saying Death Stranding 2 during all that.
Manifestation imminent. Access the delivery terminal to make preparations for combat.
There we go. Alright. MP bullets are effective against BTs. Good to know. Okay, so we're already holding on to an MP. We've already got a grenade. And we've got a blood bag. We're kind of okay with where we are, frankly. Oh. That's not a normal BT. Normally they're like giant animals and shit, not a fucking body. Or even a partial body. Oh, never mind. There's the fucking... Kojima, you son of a bitch! You fucker! You got me! Oh, damn you. Alright, first and foremost, grenade. Offload you. Equip you. Oh, shit. Bakayoko, thank you for the follow. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we are. All right, let's swap to our assault rifle. Okay, so that's how you do it, basically. Cool, awesome. Oh, blood bag. That'll be useful. Neo Zinho. Oh my god. Neo! New blood bag. Thank you. Let's try and avoid that tar. And we don't have any more of that, so... Oh, hello. That will be useful. Oh, thank you.
Give it to me!
Shit! Not good, not good, not good. Thankfully, I'm not holding any precious cargo. Okay. Thank you for the grenade. Oh, shit! Oh, hang on. Rearrange cargo. Offload you. And somehow I avoided all that. Did it! Hi there, Jack. Swish swiggity, where is the bitch? Right there. And it's dead. I thought we were gonna get like a giant BT humanoid. We got a skull. And it like split open like an oyster. Don't you dare do a phase 2. God damn you, Blue! Why is everyone popping in now? It's almost 1 o'clock. I've been streaming for the last 4 hours. I appreciate all the beeps coming in, all my moderators. Hey, look at that. Damage taken by Sam, 150 or less. We've taken 100 points of damage. No stun damage, and we eliminated a BT. Yay. Ah, we almost got 2 stars.
Your current porter grade.
All right, let's have a look at our combat. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Add a little more thingies. And there we go. Sprite beaches.
Sam, this is Alex. You did it! We've confirmed the chiral crystallization of the giant BT. Local chiral density is already dropping fast. I think we can all rest easy for now. You've
Good
saved
to
a lot of
know.
lives by killing that monstrosity. We won't forget that. Head to the research lab's private room and take a break. You earned it.
All right. Let me just grab the what's in the koozies.
Emotional damage.
You have to send me details for tomorrow. Oh yeah, that. Thank you. I totally forgot about that. All right, hang on a second. While I'm down here, I can at least pick up some of this stuff for the what's in the koozie fellas. But yeah, welcome Jack, welcome Blue. Thank you for hopping in when you can. Sorry for going to work, I guess. No, it's okay. I don't know. My brain, I forgot it's Friday. I'm not like, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. All right, storing stamina. All right, headache pills. That's a lot of pills.
You know what to do, Sam.
And then, ooh.
Thanks for the help.
All right, so tar eruption samples are over there. So yeah, we're not right now in a what's some hoosey thing. There is definitely going to be parts of this game that I'm gonna be like, you know what I need to do? I need to start doing some side nonsense, like picking up additional like cargo, doing side missions and what have you. I want to try and get some additional stars. Alrighty. So yeah, so right now we're in Mexico, by the by. And there has been rumors of people in Australia who have survived a Death Stranding. Alrighty. Any other? Oh, there we go. Anti-timefall clothing over there. Ow! Ow! Oh. Okay, I did not fall over. You're here with us. You're having a good time? We're having a good time. That's what matters at the end of the day, yeah? You are absolutely correct, Infra. You are absolutely correct on that one. Good positive energy. I need to invoke that a little more often. Thank you. Yeah. Gonna be real with you. This place is really fucking beautiful when there isn't any rainfall going off. So you're that. Ooh. You to recover some blood levels. Alright, grab the anti-timefall clothing. Anything else here? Not as far as I can see. Not from the looks of it, so... you up. And we'll pick you up. Oh, gripping strength. There we go. Oh, okay. Special American beer. Ah, yes, because apparently Mexico needs special American beer in this place. All right. All right, so... well... you're there. Oh, shit. All right, cool. We have not fallen over yet.
None.
What about Sevesta Cristial? So Sevesta Cristial is a Peruvian beverage. It's not based in Mexico or anything like that. I don't think Corona is based in Mexico either, is it? Is Corona like the beer, not the disease, the beer? Is Corona Mexican? There we go. Sevesta. Grab that. All right. Real heavy shit. Alrighty. go. Alright, let's rearrange the cargo.
Somebody lend me a hand!
Oh shit. There we go. Alright, let's try not falling over. Yeah. How is the workday going for you, Jack and Blue? Apparently, Corona was originally made in Mexico City in 1925, according to a brief, quick Google search. Oh, okay, so it is a Mexican beer. Oh my gosh, I just remembered something. You listen to any Australians, they will tell you that Foster's is a terrible beer, and that it is not Australian or anything like that. First and foremost, the Australians are gaslighting you. Foster's is an Australian beer. Now, it is a terrible beer, don't get me wrong. Yes, Foster's is shit, but it's Australian. Australians have made terrible beer. Foster's is not American. It was made by Americans living in Melbourne. That sounds like Australian to me.
I want you to know that we appreciate you.
We don't acknowledge Foster's. So yeah. There we go. All right, and now we can drop off some of our stuff. Returning fossils, some American beer, eruption samples, headache medicine, and anti-timefall clothing. This guy trying to throw Australian under the bus for American mistakes. Look, it was made in Melbourne. It was made for the Australians while they were in Australia. It sounds like an Australian beer to me. You can't be like, oh, it's not Australian, even though it was done in Australia for the Australians.
Stuff goes missing all the time, but it looks like today is our lucky day.
It was made by Americans in Australia. If there is a flaming bag outside your house. What do you mean American viewpoints not understanding local cultures? Americans understood. Australians love their beer. They thought they should make a beer. What do you mean not understanding Australian cultures?
Say, Sam, you're looking pretty beat. You know you can borrow the private room. Don't kill your...
Sounds beautiful.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Tisk tisk. All right. Not the private. Can I recycle? Yes, I can. Okay, recycle and store. Yep. Cool. So I can. So special alloys. I really don't need the ladder. Okay, so climbing anchor is non-recyclable. The container spray, honestly, is probably still very much helpful, so I will... But yeah, the stuff that's... Yeah. Let's recycle these. Here we go. And then... Okay, so we don't have any deliveries we can do here. So let's head into the private room and rest. Izzy is more Aussie compared to me. Wow. Each state has their preferred type of beer. That is true. Okay, no, I do know that. I do know that. In the after the attempts of Foster's trying to be an Australian beer and failing miserably because no one in Australia liked Foster's beer, every Australian has tried making a beer and making it like, you know, the best Australian beer. You've got Victorians going for VBs or 2Es. You've got, or it's 2Es New South Wales. You've got Queensland doing 4X. You got Tasmania doing their thing. I don't know who the fuck is making beer in Western Australia or Northern Territory, but the point is that in the majority of the population of Australia, each of the major cities is trying oh so hard to
As I said before,
to like make their Australian beer.
It's about Lou.
Oh,
You see,
okay.
After
More
we left
cutscenes.
Bridges, I decided to do a little digging into BB-28's past. That is, Lou's. I found the BB decommissioning records. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago. Long before you and Lou first met.
That's BB-28?
This is the child officially identified as BB-28. But if you look closer, Sam, you see at once that it can't possibly be Lou. Right there at the elbow, where the birthmark should be. Nothing.
Huh.
Which means we have another BB-28 on our hands. The one with whom you memorably went west and back not so long ago. That is Lou. Per regulations, the serial number assigned to each BB was unique. No two units should have ever been assigned the same one. I've cross-checked the details with the most up-to-date entries in the UCA database. And indeed, there is no reason to believe BB-28 survived. All of which can only mean, Sam, that the bridge baby you carried with you on your journey across America, Lou, was never recorded in the official database. So, where then did Lou come from? Right now, your guess is as good as mine. But as worrying as that sounds, this could actually be to your advantage, since it's functionally impossible for the UCA or Bridges to track a BB of which they have no record. Which is lucky because if they did know about a BB that could live and grow outside the pod, they'd want to secure it for study. So take comfort in the knowledge that they don't, that you're free, that you can bring up Lou in peace.
Well, that's good.
How is it, by the way? The
She's
two of
good.
you living as a family. Right. I have gifts for you. A few things to take back home. An assortment of vaccines to be administered as your child grows up. We want Lou to live a long and healthy life.
Yay!
And it's natural for children to be afraid of shots. Maybe this will help put Lou's mind at ease.
Deadman is like vaccine positive, thank Christ.
You can collect it via the delivery terminal when you leave. I wonder
sweet.
how big Lou will get. Anyway, there's one more thing I wanted to share with you.
I hope Deadman isn't just dead.
As you know,
when we're watching these recordings.
Everyone is meant to go to their own beach when they die. But unlike most people, I wasn't born from a mother.
That
I
is
was born
true.
from an artificial womb.
And then you had organ transplants here and there.
Transplants provided the organs I never had. I was incomplete and had no beach.
What in the world is that emoji,
I
Blue?
wasn't about to accept that. I went back home to study the Ha and Ka and the beach. I threw myself into my work, Sam. I tried. But I think I've done all that I can. In the end, I'm still a patchwork Frankenstein's monster. One that's just about worn out. As a doctor, I can tell you, I don't have long left. So I've devoted my remaining time to research. That's why I'm here, Sam. Where I can focus on the beach. There's so much data here, Sam. On beach formation, jumping via beaches, the relationship between the beach and placates. All the evidence you could ever wish for. Not enough to solve every mystery, perhaps, but enough for me to make an incredible personal discovery. That I have a beach after all.
Aww.
It doesn't matter how I was born. I have lived as a human. And thus do I possess a beach like any other. I am not a machine, but a person with a Ha and a Ka and a beach to go with them.
We kind of knew this because...
Lastly,
during the events of Death Stranding 1, yes, we did learn about him being a you know, born from an artificial womb with donated organs and what have you. And there was definitely the concern of, will he ever be able to go to the beach? Due to the events of Death Stranding 1, we end up in a World War II kind of beach scenario. He's with us. He gets caught up in like the BT like pulling and all that kind of nonsense. So the first concern was, will he ever experience the beach? Yes, he will. Will he have his own beach? We didn't know. And thanks to the events of this cutscene, now we do.
Along with a heartfelt apology.
Uh-oh.
I told you once that I didn't have dooms. But that's not actually true. Not that I was lying, you understand. I just didn't know.
Okay.
It was only after I found my beach that I realized. Chiral, allergic reaction. I can feel it getting closer. I'm off to the beach, Sam. To my beach. Take care of yourself.
Oh no, this was a oh fuck, this was one of those. Are you shitting me?
Sam.
Yeah, Dooms is a kind of I'll get the dictionary thingy-majiggy up because it will tell you what Dooms is and such.
No. It's news to me too. I'm sorry that man is gone. But he would have been pleased that you managed to extend the UCA network all the way to his lab. Thank you, Sam.
So yeah. Dooms is kind of like this, like...
Missing little Lou that badly?
How would I explain Dooms? It's not like celiac disease, it's...
Lou misses you too.
How do I explain what the fuck Dooms is? Nah, I'll just get like the corpus thing in particular. Actually, I think I can get to the corpus thing here. Yep, I can get to the corpus here. So... Alright, where? So control... Alright, here we go. So... where are you? Here it is, Dooms. A strange condition first identified around the time of the Death Stranding, Dooms imbues sufferers with a range of abnormal powers. Although the exact nature of the condition differs from person to person, one symptom common to all Dooms sufferers is a strong connection with the beach and the world of the dead. Coming into contact with things related to the dead, such as BTs and chirinium, cause Dooms sufferers to develop goosebump-like skin marks, a condition known as a chiral rash. So yeah, so because of Dooms, there's different reactions and what have you. So for example, Fragile, she has like a Dooms thingy-madiggy where she has a sensitivity and is able to see the BTs and what have you, but she is also able to do like a chiral jump or something or rather. Fragiles is a high-level Doom sufferer with the ability to quote-unquote jump, allowing her to use the beach to transport people, objects, and herself across great distances instantaneously. She is currently suffering from jump shock, however, and is unable to use this power. So, jump shock is like apparently a thingy-madiggy that... Where is it? Here it is. Jump shock, a symptom caused by performing repeated jumps to the beach. While it is clear that the syndrome is brought about by the accumulated strain that multiple jumps placed on the body, the exact causes are unknown and no treatment has yet been developed. It is still possible to perform jumps while suffering from this syndrome, but doing so puts one's life at risk. So yeah, there's all kinds of, stuff here. Oh yeah, and then we just recently got word about the Plate Gate, which formed in the Mexico. Only a microscopic warping in the texture of space could be observed, but it's grown greater as the UCA's chiral network has expanded. Connecting Mexico to Australia, the Plate Gate can be used to travel between the two continents. It is the only Plate Gate currently in existence. So yeah. So yeah, Dooms is kind of like a reaction with like abnormal powers here and there. So Sam, for example, he has Dooms. He gets like a chiral rash around BTs, and because of his continued exposure, he's also had a what's-a-mahoozy, like it's grown and developed, so now he's able to like sort of see BTs nearly when he's closer. And he gets himself some chiral tea. There used to be like 5 cans there in the first Death Stranding game, but now there's only like 3, which is annoying. A repatriate, someone who can't be killed by normal. That is, oh yeah, that's the other thing as well. We haven't, we didn't see this explicitly in Death Stranding 2. We did see this in Death Stranding 1 when there was a BT event that he got stuck in, and then a void out ensued. He survived because as a repatriate, his soul, yes, is able to go to the beach, but it comes back and he like resurrects and such. It's basically like a it's basically like a diogenic reason to explain why he's able to come back from like death, you know, sort of thingamadiggies. Oh, map filters? Map filters are now available, allowing you to control which icons. Cool. All right. Nice. Friends are feeling better. Great to hear. Alright, let's rest up. Alright, time has passed while you sleep. That is fair enough. Now we just need to head back to Sam's shelter. It's honestly a shame about Dead Man.
Feels good.
You do not have the necessary cargo for one or more of your orders. Access the delivery terminal and review the order details.
Alright.
Hey, Sam. About that message Dead Man left for you. I hope you understand that he wanted to tell you all that himself. He didn't want it to come from me or anyone else.
Yeah.
Naturally, we respected his wishes. We'll also be carrying on his research in his stead. I'm sure you will, but please take care of that last order he left for you. On another note, you can now use your PCC to construct generators and bridges.
Hey,
Build
nice.
along your delivery routes, and you're sure to make a ton of other porters very happy. Trust me. Who knows? Also, you can now fabricate tri-cruisers, trikes with 2 front wheels. You'll be able to build, charge, or repair tri-cruisers at... It's a battery-powered vehicle, so if you... Just be careful not to run out of battery. You can only use your PCC to build generators, so without coverage, you'll either have to ditch a dead tri-cruiser or wait forever and a day for the solar panels to recharge it. Once again, be safe out there.
Awesome. All right. Fragile. Hi.
A list of UCA associates. You can rest easy. Any data concerning your life on the run has been erased. So once you've taken care of Dead Man's final request, you can come straight home. Access the terminal on site for the details. I'll take care of Lou. Just focus on the job.
It's honestly cool to see that, like, because before she only had, like, the balaclava on, and so she had, like, a lot of time fall, like, you know, on her body and such, but now it looks like she doesn't have as much, which is really good. Also, let me just fabricate some nonsense. Yep. Garage. Yep, we've got the sufficient materials to make our trike. There we go. Let's change the colors to red and orange. There we go. Yeah! They look way different from... Yep, alright. Deliver the present for Lou. Alright, we got a means to go. Alright,
Commencing route creation.
Alright, so we make our way here. And then... Looks like we're gonna have to cross through to here. Through the old border. And then...
Delivery route finalized.
Alright.
This custom cargo container is designed to be attached directly to your chest.
Huh. Alright, attached to chest. PWC. Back to our tool rack. Actually, no, put that in our tool rack, and then utility pouch, PWC is loaded into the trike, same as our ladder. Yep, alright, should be good. Alright, let's head out. Void if tampered.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Alright, let's see how this goes.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Alright, it looks like a lot of people have set down generators and what have you.
Feels good.
There's a talented... Wait, what? You took care of the giant BT. I wonder if you're on your way home. If you see some cargo for the artist out there, could you deliver it? Looks like the porter I originally gave it to ditched it. Huh. She lives... The artist is a prepper who lives out in the mountains. Oh, okay. So she's probably, like, either over there or over there. Alright. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jabbering.
Oh, hello. The artist? Yep.
Whisper, whisper, whispering, whispering.
Alright, let's have a... Ah, okay, so there she is there.
Nobody is us. Nobody knows.
I'm kind of glad that I can get to... I can just pick things up on my trike like this. So, don't...
If they bothered to see from the cage to bay. Nobody cares. Nobody knows. But it's just how it goes.
Thank you, God. This one's for you.
There we go. How far? Yep, okay, I know how I'm gonna get there. need to follow up that side of the mountain.
Waste of breath, I might understand.
Yep.
Simply stone.
Should be able to get to the ladder. Thank you.
Carry your weight into oblivion.
Go. Another package. Oh, hello. Another package. I'm gonna be carrying so much bullshit up this hill.
Get out. It's the
There we go. There it is, the artist. Lauren Tasai.
Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility ground.
Alright. Let's deliver some stuff. So, sun candles and a cryptobiote thing. Cryptobiote. I'll figure out how to pronounce those things another day. Lord knows I'm terrible with pronunciations. I was not saying my L properly for like several streams until the last stream.
Are you a porter?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, are you here about that missing cargo of mine?
Yep.
I was not expecting you to deliver this cargo. Is there anything you can't do?
Who knows?
You know, I always thought you'd come to my aid one day. You can go ahead and connect me to the...
Ow. Bomb. There we go. Lauren Sai. Giving us a little more of the region. Oh, we have a like little aid request there. Chiral network coverage expanded, gaining access to the following: coyote brown and bright yellow colors. Nice.
Whoa. Guess I'm online now. Interesting. The network has more uses than I realized. A lot more people can see my illustrations now. Oh, I shared some color data I think will suit you. You can use this data to custom a change of outfit can... I went looking for a place where I could focus on my own. There's so much beauty. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blind to the destruction that Death Stranding has wrought. Now we're in a newborn world that has yet to be shaped. A blank canvas. Thanks for coming. You've given me what I needed to finally complete the piece I've been working on. I'll let you know when it's finished.
Order completed. Well done.
Alright, so there was a thingy. Here it is. Yep. Can I put a little thingy-majiggy on this? Alright, so it's just down the left. Cool.
So glad we met.
Just gonna...
Been in handy. Thanks for the help.
Look. So, yep, okay, I see how we can get there. Wait, supply request tools? Uh-huh. Tools and fieldware. Okay. So, how would I do that supply request then? Yeah, and I don't have the pieces for that. Alright, hang on. So, grab you to put on my back. So So lifelong is for that, ladder, and that. We'll go onto the trike. That way I'm only holding onto those things. We got lose present. Alright. Oh, no, 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 no. There we go. We need to go this way for, there's lost cargo here, apparently. Is it here? Yeah, okay, so this way and to the left. Oh, there we go. There it is. Alright, let's try and get that cargo. Hello? There we go. Alright. There we go. Alright. And then, come on. Yeah!
Thank you, Kyle. Came in handy.
Gotcha. Okay. There we go. Aid request done. Alright, rearrange that cargo so then that way I'm not, you know, ready to fall off and die. Oh, you're having a weight problem. Oh, there we go. Now you're good. Now you're good. Excellente.
Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds. Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
There we go. Deliver the lost cargo, which was a paint-spattered easel.
It's always good to have you. Where did you find this? I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, 2 stars.
Since you arrived, it's never been easier.
Navy blue and volcano orange.
I want you to use this.
And we got a firmware update, so now the bandwidth is a little bit
There's
wider.
materials you can take from my stores. Figured.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Order and servicemanship increases.
I've shared some color data, I think. Oh, and my latest. I'll be sure to post about it on the SSS the moment it's ready. I've also settled on a motif for my next work, thanks to you. It's too early to tell where it'll take me, but that's the best part.
All right.
Order completed. Well done.
Whee! The Boca. Huh, okay. We'll return this cargo. Ow. Oh, okay, so if you do hit something, you will get damage. Damn.
That's the spirit.
Alright. How bad of a damage is it? Let's see. 7%. Yeah, it does. So it hits. That's a shame.
Bienvenido. All this stuff. Never thought it would. You're a cut above the rest.
Ooh, okay. We get EX grenades. Increasing the firmware, which is also good.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
I've shared with
Wonderful.
you the schematic. Fluids taken from Doom sufferers used to be required for their production, but we've reached, so we don't need to. These grenades aren't actually capable of taking down a, but they can be used to drive off gazers and slow down catchers. Temporarily. This should give you more than enough time to get clear of BT. You'll figure out the most effective way.
I like the
Order completed. Well done.
Ah, it's so bright I can't see shit. Another porcelain vase for someone called the Boca. Alright, where is the Boca? Get hit with that desert blindness. Ah, I didn't want desert blindness. Ah, so the Boca is up there. Okay. Alright, so we just need to make our way north. Ooh, lost cargo delivery for... Nice, nice, nice. Lol, someone left their vehicle there. Alright, let's see. So, how far? And then delivery quest is there. Alright, so we just need to go... Yep. So we just need to follow the river.
Now leaving chiral network coverage.
There we go. Thank you, Boca. Now, where is he? Yep, okay, so straight ahead. Cool. Ah! There he is.
Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Alright.
Process your orders and requests.
There we go. Porcelain vase and some training materials, although the training materials got damaged, which isn't great. I need to go to the bathroom again. Holy shit, why do I need to piss so much? Damn. Couldn't be me.
You a porter? Because I don't recall having any... Still. Oh shit, you found it. This is that carbon that... You're a shining example of what a porter should be. But I'm willing to trust you have the best intentions. I'd be happy to share my data with everyone else.
Yes! Big balls. Yeah. Just gonna go for a quick piss break. Hey, who did that? Hi there, Meeps. Welcome to the stream. Ding dong. I just had to go for a quick piss break, but I'm back. The Boca. No idea what a Boca is. Nice. Ah, okay, so we get new boots.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Boca means mouth?
I'm connected to the network.
Is that what it means?
You can get goods and data and so forth through it, right? That's all fine and dandy, but with the advent of Apex...
Why the fuck does he look like a grown-up Mr. Beast?
What the man who delivers...
That fucking facial hair just forever is or that combo. That hair, that facial hair, that combo is just fucking with my brain right now.
Great traction and peerless shop. There's no better shoe for traveling through... Nah. I'm more of what you call a boca. I walk the earth on my own 2 feet and carry the load on my back alone. Most porters and delivery bots do it differently. My methods are probably closest to those of the man who delivers. The term boca comes from Japan, where they had porters who worked exclusively in the mountains. You could count on boca to make deliveries, no matter how
say
treacherous
boca
the
in
terrain or
like
remote the destination. And I try to live by their example.
Cool.
You mean to say you haven't heard? The porter all others aspire to be like, the best to ever strap on a pack? After he made a name for himself in the UCA...
Oh, okay.
Like all, with the help of the chiral network, though. And the more I learn, the closer I'll get to becoming...
Lol, he's talking about Sam there.
Oh, yeah. Wherever there's clients in need...
He doesn't strike me as Mr. Beashist at all. He is a special kind of ew. Fair enough. Maybe it's just because of like the facial hair. Like, hang on a sec.
Girls have been drifting down here ever since. Plenty are working even farther south here too. As times change, so does the nature of the job. New vehicles and nifty gear, weapons too, for the porters who fancy them. But none of that is as important as...
Oh yeah, he's got like a more than just the mustache thing. But yeah, like I don't know. It just for me it had like yeah.
Well, thank you.
It's you know when you see a thing that's not supposed to have a face and then it feels like it has a face? You know that kind of feel? It had that kind of feel to me. Mr. Beast has an inherent energy that the other people can't project, and that's a blessing. Fair. Yeah, alright. So... let's rearrange the cargo real quick. So what kind of cargo... View all received so far. Nice! Please bring a new ladder. Cargo request. Alright, here we go. So we've got... so we got 5 pieces going to Ciudad Nudo del Norte. Yep, okay, we can drop all that nonsense off there. So someone left their trike bike there. And yeah, we just need to make our way over to this place here. There we go. I don't know if it's because I'm playing this day like a few days after everyone else has started playing it, but there is a lot more structures running into, like, me, like, starting up in this area and seeing way more structures for me to take advantage of than when I first played Death Stranding 1, when it was first out, and then when I played it again on PC last year, when I had, like, free time and what have you. Ow, fuck you. There we go, there we go. There's always a lot more people playing at the same time now, too, so it's hard to say. Yeah. It's just something that I've noticed in this particular run. Alright, there's where we need to go. Oh, hello. Let me pick up that guy. For the cargo. Doesn't like us driving on the sand, it seems. There we go. Have you heard of the man? He's known for transporting ridiculous amounts of cargo all at once. I tried imitating him, but I lost my balance on a slip and fell over. I should have... Yep, you... Good for you. Last gen security cameras. We can pick those up. Very fond of the vehicle refusing to carry momentum in this game. No, it is carrying momentum. Like, watch this. Like, if I go through this and then it picks up just a little... It still has momentum. It's not like in the... I feel like this game has it carrying a lot more momentum than normal. There we go. I just need to be mindful not to hit these, like, pylons again. Because the last time I did hit those pylons and the momentum damaged. Yeah, see here, like, I'm holding on to, like, the braking and reversing, and it's like, it just slows down. It doesn't do, like, a boom. So, yeah. There we go. All 5 pieces reported, and a whole ton of other things reported. Not what you... Oh, wait, no, hang on. Let me read up what you said again. Hang on. There's also... again, very fond of the vehicles refusing to carry momentum in this game. Probably for the best if you could slip and slide off the sides of mountains.
Figured we would never see this cargo, but here it is. Thank you so much.
We're probably thinking of, like, I'm probably thinking of, like, the different sort of momentums and what have you to the examples you've given. Ah, we almost got a 3rd star.
Seriously impressive
skills. Ooh, but we get ourselves a machine pistol.
I'll bet something like this would be right up your... You could use some extra materials as well, right?
Now displaying your current porter grade.
You and I, Izzy, sometimes we get one another, and then there are other times where I feel like there's a bit of a message barrier, and I feel like it's mostly my fault. I'm not picking up what you put down.
Order completed. Well done.
Need to get better at that. Alright.
Please give it your all.
As far as I know, I'm not holding on to any more packages, so we're good for just trying to make the rest of our way over into Sam's whatsamacoozies shelter. Just need to be mindful of the enemy quarters. Hello?
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected. Level
Huh?
5 alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound. Your
Oh.
shelter.
Oh, that's my shelter they're talking about. Shit. Okay. Where the... Alright, we gotta make quick work. What the... Huh? What the... That's not good.
Who the fuck are these guys?
Will be used while riding. Oh, neat. So we can fire guns while in our little thingamajiggy. All right. Go. So that's the first one out of the way. I'm not really interested in sticking around for a firefight. These guys look like they are. All right, let's get out of here. Ow, fuck. Ow, fuck again. Oh, there's the dog. I don't think they make actual barking noises. Oh, hello. Why are you helping me? You're in the same color scheme as all the others. Okay, not the exact same color scheme, but... Oh, so that thing was red. The fuck are you? Yeah, I don't have a katana, so I don't know how the fuck this is a fair fight. Never mind.
What was his deal?
Who knows? Yes, I'm aware that there's an intruder alert.
Gunfire detected at your shelter. Destruction of personal database confirmed.
Oh, shit. Fuck.
Feels good.
Oh, and our thingamadiggy doesn't have the, it doesn't have the camouflage up, which is a problem. Kojima's obsession with, Shinobi strikes again. Hang on a sec, let me just get out of this thing.
Okay.
And then... Generator. Here we go.
Nice.
Go.
Construction process now complete.
You want to get going, don't you?
Alright. Go. And I get hit by a rock. Shelter. Sam and Lou. Where the fuck? Okay.
Nobody's home. Maybe outside.
Alright, time to find
She can't have gone too far from the shop.
Oh, fragile? Okay, so we got Fragile's path. Some sort of vehicle there.
What the hell happened?
I'm sorry, is she dead already? Holy shit, they're just killing everyone, aren't they? First dead man, now Fragile?
Lou.
Oh, okay, no, I guess we're having her recover and heal, so it's not the end of the world, thankfully.
I patched you up the best I could. What happened to Lou?
We were attacked. It all happened so fast.
Okay, so we get some context to how exactly they're doing this.
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected. Level 5 alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound.
Oh, okay, that's the personal delivery thingamadiggy that all the other reporters use. And this is when
I tried to jump us out of there.
Oh.
But I could only take my equipment with me. And I couldn't possibly think of Blue like that. There was no way for the two of us to escape together. The best I could hope for was to jump Blue out. Just Blue.
Okay, but where did you jump Lou? Not great. Wasn't a very big jump, unless they found another way to get to interrupt her jumps.
I couldn't protect Lou. I am so sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a baby BT from the looks of it. And then a BT bridge baby? Did they kill the baby?
Sam, what's going on?
Can you hear me? Can you see me? You can't. Because you're dead.
And now we start episode 2 the same way we did as episode 1, up on this hill. None of... Oh! What is real? Because this doesn't feel real.
There was no way for the two of us to escape together. Escape together.
Yeah, nah, another dream sequence. Once again, Kojima just bamboozling me every chance they get.
The best I could hope for was to jump you out. Just me.
Ah. And retreat. Did he die in his sleep? Or did he... Ugh.
Sam, I know there's nothing I can do to make it right. I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, Sam. You are definitely not making this better for yourself.
Sam, stop hurting yourself. Please. Give me the gun. There is nothing left for you here. Nothing but sadness and regret.
Love how we went from a
Like this.
French RPG talking about grief and regret, and we go into Death Stranding 2, where I feel like we're opening into more death and grief and all that. The cycle of grief is never ending! Aged.
Come meet my crew, Sam. It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
Well, that was a short and sweet episode with Lou of killing ourselves and drinking for the next month. Couldn't have been me. Oh, what the shit? You good, Sam? What's going on here?
Intoxicants successfully purged. Blood alcohol content nominal.
I don't think he was trying to avoid that.
Well, it looks like someone needed a nap. Hope you like your new private room. Feel free to make yourself at home.
Wait, hold up. Where's the pod? Where's Lou?
Settle down, Sam. Lou's with me. You'll see us soon enough.
Hello, Joe. Couldn't think of a name. Corpus entry, the story so far. Your ladder near Villa Libre has been damaged by rising waters. Time has passed while you were sleeping, and the sun has risen. Hey, look, you got the Kojima logo on a mug. Why is he gray? I don't know. That is the thing that honestly surprises me, is that everything is in color except Sam. It looks like he's stuck on the beach, is what it looks like to me. But that doesn't make sense. I have no fucking idea where we are. Like, we're in a boat, or at least the equivalency of a boat. Is he gonna notice that he's gray in the mirror? Oh. Lou? Ain't there. Is it a representation of his depression? Could be. Although it's a bit weird that we don't have, like, other things around the environment representing the depression, but, you know. Oop. Wash your face in the sink. Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. Leave the private room. Oh,
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam.
She's also gray.
Magellan, our mobile base of operations.
DHV.
Come on, I'll help you get your bearings. This is the ship's armory. Here you can check your weapons and put them through their paces.
Oh, okay, so that's where the grenades are kept.
These rooms over here belong to other members of the crew. They're pretty much the same as yours. And the shower's down at the end.
That's why
you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit.
She says, wearing a beret like an army man.
Plenty of capital and tech.
Sounds like a UCA big shot.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face. They value their privacy.
Seriously? No better than to believe that bullshit.
We've both been used and lied to before, it's true. But as long as they keep up their end, I won't pry.
What the? Oh, okay,
This
so
is
it's
the
just...
headquarters of our humble operation. The bridge of the DHV Magellan. It's always like this when the DHV Magellan's on the move.
with all the floating tar and...
Meet Tarman, our resident doctor and geophysicist.
Huh.
He's also the captain and pilot, in case you hadn't noticed. And a fellow Doom sufferer. The nav console offers a direct connection to the tar cairns. The downside being that we all have to bathe in caralium.
Happy to have you aboard, Sam.
George Miller?
You have to excuse me if I don't.
Yeah.
You steer this ship solo?
Yeah. Though the computer does most of the work.
So this is a submarine?
That's the guy who makes
We dive into the tar and use it to travel on.
Mad Max series.
Just beneath the surface of the Earth, there are currents we can ride almost anywhere.
So what's your role in all this?
Me? I make sure Drawbridge's grand plans go off without a hitch.
So you're the commander?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only.
Cool trick.
Huh. So where are we headed?
At the moment, we're bound for the Plate Gate in Mexico. The one that you put on the network for us. Our destination is on the other side, Australia, which we've been asked to link up next.
Uh-huh.
Well, the problem is, not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
That's not the plan, Sam. The UCA isn't looking to expand its borders. Just like with Mexico, they want to bring new regions into the network. That's our last, best hope of saving the world. Which is why we're here. Or more importantly, why you're here.
Oh, there's BB.
Lou?
Ah, so Lou is the child's name. Hello? Excuse you. I too am a member of Drawbridge, believe it or not. It is an honor, Sam.
Is that a puppet?
It looks like a puppet.
Puppet? No, no. No, I am alive and my own master.
This is Dahlman. A man whose cow wound up stuck inside a... Well, you get it. He used to be a spirit medium.
When I was still flesh and bone, of course. Regrettably, my transformation cost me my talents.
Lou, where are you?
Sam, that pod is empty. Oh. You know, no one should have to suffer such loss. I understand. Believe me, I do.
Just really quickly cleaning things up.
I think you two should go on one more adventure.
What are you talking about?
Well, take Lou. Yes, and link up Australia together. Like you did before in America. I'm sure a lengthy journey will help you to heal.
Are we rising out of the tar? Yeah, we're getting out of the tar.
Sam, we've arrived. In case you're wondering, my hand is traveling through the tar currents, which is lucky because that's what allows me to keep this ship on course.
Yeah.
We're by that research lab you linked up last time.
The DHV Magellan can travel to and surface anywhere, provided it's within network coverage. A genuine mobile base of operations.
Still not fully equipped, though. It doesn't have any proper guns.
Need to fix that at some time.
Anyway, the DHV
Most likely will
Magellan's
come
here
in
to
at the
back
end of
you
the
up.
game.
As always, you'll be the one leading the way to expand the network. We'll be right behind you, providing you with support. Just so we're crystal clear, Sam. Our mission is to connect the whole Australian continent to the existing chiral network here in North America.
From halfway around the world, how are we supposed to do that again?
By using the Mexican plate gate. One you already put on the grid, remember? To get started, all you have to do is cross over and connect your Cupid to the nearest chiral network terminal. As you extend coverage, we'll move the DHV Magellan to keep up.
And you'll of course be traveling with your child. I mean, that's what Lou would want, right? A grand new adventure with Daddy. I'm excited for you.
Go and get your gear sorted. We'll be waiting.
Okay, that's interesting that Lou is like way more, you know, colored now rather than being, you know, either the weird tentacles or the BT look. So that's interesting. Check on Lou. Let's have a look at you.
You ready for another trip with Daddy? Okay, kiddo, let's go.
Torment, Old Man, Fragile's Auxiliary Hands, and let's ourselves. Oh, nice, you can cut your own hair. Nice. Alright. Let's head to the surface. Aw, it's a little thingy-majiggy from Dead Man before he passed. We got the qubits.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
Humor him. His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes.
Or he's gonna be used as like a little...
Really, Sam? Your buttocks? What about shotgun? I prefer the driver's seat.
I wonder if he's gonna be used as like some sort of psychologist, like keeping track of us and our, you know, relationship with Lou. Alright, where is he taking us?
You think you have a choice?
Oh. This is not Unger, this is someone else again. Who the fuck are they?
What was that just now?
Wait, you felt that too? Weird.
Just say it's nothing new. I always got these flashes when I hooked up the pod.
Ah, the bleed-through effect, wherein the BB's memories are conflated with one's own. I'm sure someone explained it to you before. Though this is a little different, of course.
Especially because technically...
Hi there, Phantom Superman. Thank you so much for the follow.
Do you read me?
In the first game, we thought that the memories of Unger and all that were from the BT, Lou. But in actuality, Sam Bridges was a bridge baby before, and Unger broke him out of it, and so Alma Lee did the thingamadiggy to turned him into a repatriate, and that, started off the whole, like, weird dooms and all that kind of nonsense there. So, excuse me. So in Death Stranding 1, the bleed through was less BB's memories and more hours during the time as a BB. So these ones might actually be lose memories, perhaps?
You'll first need to
or something else entirely different. I don't think they're like normal bleed through memories, because otherwise we would have gotten these back in the first Death Stranding instead of our own memories. Alright.
I haven't been outside in a long while. Let's get going, If nothing else, this journey should give you a chance to mourn.
Oh, let's recover a jacket. Also, we need to get rid of all them, Alright, so there's that, and then... all markers removed, there we go. Yeah, hi there, Phantom, hope you're having a wonderful day. And yes, I am bigger. When I hyper himbo, pitch shifts and all that kind of nonsense, some people love that stuff. Supply weapons. Supply weapons.
You know, I meant it when I said I understand how you feel. But if you hold on to the sadness, it will weigh you down like an anchor. However much it hurts, you must carry on and do what only you can do. Grieve, of course. But keep moving, Sam.
Giant duck.
When all is said and done, you can take stock. Decide what's next.
Hope your day is going good. Yeah, my day is going good. So I started this morning playing some Death Stranding. That was about like 5 hours ago now. So yeah, I've been at this game for a little while longer than I normally do on stream. Normally I try and do like 4-hour streams, and I usually do them either Monday, Wednesday after work, or I've been trying out the Saturday midnight stream. So midnight for me is like the morning and the afternoon for the Americans and Europeans respectively, and they seem to be working all right. I will be streaming again tomorrow, so Saturday like midnight for me will be like Saturday morning for the Americans, and it's gonna be I'm gonna have like a charity stream running, so we're gonna be doing... Right now, I think off the top of my head, it is just going to be a classic Final Fantasy XIV MMO stream for me, but it's going to be one where I'll try and have incentives put in place, such as like, getting me to go through like an entirely different class. That's like via like a roulette wheel or something, but I need to do some research on the best way of doing a roulette wheel.
Good morning to you. Been waiting for you to come and visit.
Alright, let's return the jacket. You're almost to 6 hours. How long are you gonna go? I'm probably only gonna go until we enter Australia is probably I think that's the plan, is once we hit Australia, I will then be like, yep, cool. That's gonna be it for me. Because yeah, otherwise I'm gonna be here all day, and that's not gonna be great. Because also, I'm missing out on lunch.
You can always use... Picked up some lost cargo, I see.
Yep.
If only everyone
we get our...
Sell some additional armor for the Tri-Cruiser, increasing the network.
Claim more materials from our...
Now display your current porter grade.
There we go.
This schematic is for additional armor that can be equipped to Tri-Cruisers. Provides added protection for the man and the driver.
There we go. All right.
Order completed. Well done.
So now we gotta go up there. Although, actually, wait, what am I thinking? We can use the terminal to get ourselves a, hang on. We get ourselves a tri-cruiser, and that way we'll get there even quicker. Here we go. Yep, okay, cool. I know how we're gonna get there. Oh, and rock was in the way. Oh, apparently the blue likes that. Ooh. That looks cool. Okay, that's kind of funny how the jump was that big. Oh. Alright, let's pass through the gate. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Would you say it's necessary to play the first Death Stranding to enjoy the second? They give you a recap at the start menu to tell you the events that you've missed in Death Stranding. I don't think there isn't any like save data bonus from playing the first Death Stranding when you go into the second one. So I think it's in the case of you can go into Death Stranding 2 and it won't be...
What's the deal with them?
You won't have like a huge issue. So...
They almost look like they're on a pilgrimage.
Yeah.
They can just waltz right through the gate like that?
It would seem so.
Because, like, it's relatively mechanically the same. There is some mechanical difference between Death Stranding 1 and Death Stranding 2 most recently, but
allow us to maintain a record.
You know, you might miss out on like the tiniest like story elements, like because during my stream, as you heard, like I will pipe up and say like, oh, in actuality, there's this thing here, this thing there, or something like just small. None of it is wrong. It's just, you know, like a little extra thing. So.
Brace yourself, Sam. It's a gate quake. Oh.
Uh-oh.
A big one at that. Let's make our way to the plate gate. Carefully.
So yeah, so now we're getting to this giant thing. I love how he says carefully, and I'm gonna say, fuck it, we sprint. I hope you're having a wonderful Grant. Missed your face, not to worry. Noah guy. It's been going fairly alright. I have been streaming for the last little whiles. We're getting up to 6 hours shortly. So I'm gonna have to, like, you know... I feel like once I get into Australia, that will be an appropriate time to end the stream. So we'll see. Yeah, this has been a very locked-in kind of feels. Alright, so this is the gate. And there's like a mirror. Again, with his long blonde hair instead of his shorter hair. Is he meant to keep walking? Those are the Death Strandings in the past, I believe. There was like 5 extinction events that went off, and Amelie was supposed to be the 6th. That's why the so that would be the explanation for the 5 figures. No idea about the whales, though. Oh, hello. All right.
Strange place, if ever I've seen one.
All right. Oh, let's not walk through the tar.
There should be a terminal this way. Let's keep moving.
Alright, do we use the chiral... Yep, we use the qubit. Hook us up. Yeah, clean it. Sorry, left ear just feels a bit funky. Oh, that's a little bit different from normal. Normally that red is not a thing, but... There we go. Oh, we ended up in Western Australia first. I'ma be real, I thought we would be over in, like, you know, southeast. You know, like Sydney or Gold Coast kind of area. But no, they put us in They put us in Sashera's territory. So I guess it's the plate gate of that. So...
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Uh-huh. An adept mover.
Thanks again, Sam. The chiral network connection to Australia is holding steady. And you'll be happy to hear we made it here in one piece. Just to let you know, when you come back to the DHV Magellan, our patron would like to talk to you.
What do you think are the chances that our patron is Die Hartman, of all people? Oh, Die Hardman, sorry, not Hartman. Alright.
Order completed. Well done. Tolerably tolerable.
Thank you, Sam. I'd like you to meet someone.
Hello, Sam. My name is Charlie.
Hi.
Charlie's Drawbridge's patron.
Hear me out, Sam. I want you to help us bring Australia into the network. Drawbridge has been selected to oversee this critical operation. People saw what you did in Mexico and wanted more of the same.
What do you
are reasons why I can't tell you who I am, Sam. But to be clear, I'm not APAS, nor am I your enemy.
What, you think I'm just gonna trust the words of some faceless mannequin?
I need you to trust me. I'm the one paying for the ship, and this whole operation, at considerable personal risk.
Nah, I want to see a face, or no deal.
A face? Very well. Since you won't take it from me, maybe it should come from someone you know. How's this? Pick one of your old comrades, and I'll speak to you with their voice. Who would you like?
What?
Who would you trust?
Are you fucking kidding me? I don't... That's... What? Do I have to pick one? This feels really weird. Like, I want to go between, it's either between Deadman, because I know who Heartman, Die Hardman, and Deadman are. Deadman we just recently saw, and he's passed away. And then there's Locke over here. And I have no idea who Locke is. I've completely forgotten him.
Sam, this is Die Hardman.
It's been a while, but not really. Mulligan, Locke, no. We're the same.
Oh my god. This feels weird.
Sam, it's Hartman.
Call me Dead Man. I'm well acquainted with the dead.
It's just, it feels weird.
Sam, this is Die Hardman.
All right. Pulling up his profile from the database.
How about now, Sam? Feeling more at ease already, I'm sure.
Not at all.
Tell me, old buddy, if this is a UCA sanctioned op, who knows about it?
You misunderstand. Then again, there's a lot I still haven't explained to you, isn't there? I think it's time a certain someone made an appearance. I'd like you to meet the president.
The new president? The guy who took over after Die Hardman?
Not precisely. The UCA doesn't have a presidential system anymore. Die Hardman was the first and only president, making it one of the shortest-lived single executive administrations in history. One can only guess what he felt about it. Previously, the president was subject to the will of the people via popular vote every 4 years. APAS, however, is far more efficient. It can ascertain public opinion in real time and thereby determine the appropriate course of action. This led to the adoption of a new model.
President guy? You just told me he isn't really the president.
He is not the president of the UCA. Rather, he serves as the president of APAC. APAC is a privately owned corporation responsible for the operation and oversight of APAS, a service provider to which we may delegate day-to-day governance.
Your performance in Mexico was exemplary. We cannot thank you enough. Well done.
I don't like the idea of privatized government.
I firmly believe that the only ones capable of expanding the network into Australia are those who helped establish it here at home. That means you, Sam. And you too, Fragile. APAS has determined that you have the highest probability of success in this endeavor.
APAS and the chiral network are all built on UCA tech. If you expand their reach beyond our borders, then you're expanding their influence as well, aren't you?
A valid concern. But it wasn't the UCA that made the final decision. It was APAC, a private corporation. The UCA has no involvement whatsoever in this matter. Sam, it may interest you to know that linking up Australia will also serve a greater goal. You see, the plate gate that connects North America and Australia only matured after you united America with the chiral network.
Also, why the fuck does he have like a birthmark of the... Or it's not even a birthmark, it could be a mark.
Once full chiral connectivity is achieved. At that time, APAS should have sufficient data to calculate the location of other points of connection between continents. With this information, APAS can then proceed to extrapolate the positions of these landmasses. In other words, this mission is not just about linking up a single continent. By connecting Australia, we will be one step closer to reclaiming a pre-Death Stranding world where everyone is part of a greater whole. I hope my answer alleviates your concern somewhat.
Nope.
Guess so. Tell me, though, who's Charlie to you?
He may speak for me as necessary to ensure the operation proceeds according to plan. Our corporation, however, will calculate what factors are essential for your success and will provide you with direct support. Welcome aboard, Sam. Charlie, we'll take it from here.
It will be your job to travel the continent and connect the people, Sam. But know that everyone on this ship is ready and eager to back you up. You won't be on your own this time.
So, you're gonna do it?
This feels like a poisoned apple.
Did it before. Seems like the only thing I'm good at.
Once again, awake and Adam.
Did you manage to get some sleep, Sam? I'd like to take a moment to go over the details of the request that Drawbridge has agreed to handle. Access the DHV Magellan's delivery terminal when you're ready to proceed.
Looks like you've been supplied with a Drawbridge crew head. Try it on for size. I have a feeling it'll suit your style.
All right, doll man.
We can discuss anything you like here, Sam. It's a private room, after all. So if you ever want to sit down and talk, I'd be happy to share my thoughts on a variety of topics, along with any discoveries I happen to make. And who knows, some of it may even be of use to you as you work to connect all of Australia to the chiral network. You know, it looks as though you've been issued a few different hats, Sam. Why not experiment and switch up?
He's
your
not the
head
creepiest thing we've had to deal with in this game, thank Christ.
Change the outfit I'm wearing if you like. I shall put my faith in your impeccable sense of fashion. Out of curiosity, Sam, did you notice that the mirror above your sink displays images of the outside world? These images change as we travel and actually show what's waiting for us outside the DHV Magellan when we disembark. Prolonged living inside an enclosed space can be bad for one's mental health due to the unchanging environment.
That's why I asked Tarman to implement this particular feature. A digital photo frame, so to speak. An easy to understand
Very
name, don't
lovely.
you think? Though I'm the only one who calls it that. Anyway, it'll give you a preview of our surroundings. That's sure to have some practical benefits. Showers these days are truly impressive, Sam. They really are. They're able to collect all the minute chiral crystals from your wastewater and repurpose them for later use. The ones on board the DHV Magellan are the latest model. You would do well to use them regularly. It's important to remember that defeating BTs isn't the same as eliminating a threat once and for all. These entities are simply being driven back to the world of the dead for the time being. Feeling well rested after some quality shut-eye? Why don't you try freshening up with a shower?
Alright.
Hi, Sam.
Hello, George Miller. Sunburn has healed. Once again, did not realize I had a sunburn. Alright, so we only have the black camo. From Sapiens to Ludens. Wait, do I have anything I can accessorize on the backpack yet, or is it just another patch? Yep, just more patches. Ah, fuck it.
Nothing like a warm shower. I hope it's not too much to ask that you continue to take... I know a thing or two about BT. An advanced expedition sent by APAC. They constructed various facilities and... meaning that all you need to do... We aren't the only... We have associates who... I expect you'll run... I don't really...
Alright, so we've exhausted all of his dialogue, and if we go to the surface, this game any good? I'm honestly having an enjoyable time. I know I'm not, like, talking too much about it. Like, this is what happens when you get me into a game that I'm like, I'm actually just, I'm just enjoying it. I'm one of those peeps where, if I haven't seen the movie before, I will only, like, I'm very much absorbed into it and what have you. And if I'm with, like, a whole group of friends, then maybe I'll do, like, a comment here or there, but... it's few and far between. But yeah, I'm very much enjoying this.
Another curious vision.
Alright, and then...
Alright, Sam. Let me give you a rundown of your new job. The big one. It's the same deal. The people here are isolated. And so, we want you to cross the To begin with, you'll connect several facilities in sequence on your way to the closest city to here, West Fort Knott. Charlie will brief you on the order that will take you to...
Once again, not very inventive names.
Your first destination is home to what they seek to establish a new administration to fill the void left by Australia's collapse. As the concept of formal governance is a distant memory to most, they opted for a simple name.
The government.
But with UCA technology, they should be able to make a full recovery. The cargo you'll be entrusted with.
We're nowhere near Canberra right now, and they're like, we're gonna settle a government in Perth, and it's gonna be called the government.
It's their business to know the current lay of the land, and we would benefit from their support. We're already seeing anomalous chiralium readings throughout Australia. There's even a BT area not far from where we are now. A BB pod should allow you to use your Ultra deck to ascertain the location of BTs. But proceed with...
Yep.
Charlie may be our patron, but has been an excellent... I say this to assure you that any instructions... Alright, let's get to it. Review the details of the main...
Alright, so let's get this first order out of the way, and then I'll feel safer. Yep, that's not too far to go.
Updating with new data supplied by drawbridge from outside chiral network coverage.
So there's like a photo thing here? What?
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Sam, this is Charlie. APAS has been analyzed, and it seems it's added some... Due to... Its analysis will therefore grow more comprehensive as you complete more orders, meaning you can experiment.
Alrighty.
APAS enhancements are now available.
Activating an enhancement requires you to create unbroken connection to it using your available memory. Your enhancements can be freely changed whenever you have chiral network coverage, allowing you to select a bespoke for specific orders. Okay. Improved MP bullets. Augmented terrain scanner. Instant cargo binding. Sensor mode change. Improved water filtration. Weather analysis display. Swift mule. Yep, okay. Simple noise canceller. That's kind of cool. So 40, 40, 160. Okay, so we can go like 1, 2, and then that does the maximum there.
Vehicle customization services.
Alright, and then we can select you. Go. All right, take that out of the garage. You've been lurking for the past 6 hours and you haven't seen much and you were just curious. I think, yeah, watching someone play this game, like if they didn't have any comments or what have you, then it is honestly like, you might have like just a bit of a, what is the benefit, you would say. You would be like, what's the fun of the game? And I think the fun of the game is similar to, all right, I am going to attach to the boot clip. The joy of the game is hard to describe. It's similar to when people get into... I feel like this is what like truck simulator or farming simulator games are like in a way. Like this definitely does encroach close to that, oh, here's a job simulator game for you. But there is the fantastical element of like, you know, just post-apocalypse. It's dealing with like weird like BTs here and there. So... there's like bits and pieces here and there that I can definitely understand people sort of being like, oh, what's the joy of this game? Base, thank you. Alrighty. So... yeah, let's make our... yep, we're gonna head left to avoid... I want to see what that photo thing-a-diggy is. Like, is it gonna ask us to take a photo while we're there? Or is it just gonna be a case of, here's a photo for you and to enjoy? And, of course, it gives us a warning about the... alright. Gives us a warning about BTs. It's a relaxing walking simulator? Yeah.
Ultradeck's twitching. Must be a BT somewhere nearby. Keep an eye on your Ultradeck's movements as you proceed.
Okay, so I'm not too far from the thingy-majiggy they want to show me. Alright, we made it out. And I've missed my mark. There we go. All right. So what's the dealio here?
Sam, look. There are wild animals nearby.
Huh.
Such creatures are rare and precious. To be protected.
Alright. Let's try and get to the other place. Yeah. Walking simulators definitely have their benefits. You just been watching anime while looking after your aunt's dogs? Good call, honestly. I would probably be doing the same thing if I had my aunt's dogs. Although my aunt doesn't live near me, so... alrighty. Yep, okay, I know what we're doing. Some headache pills while we're at it as well, which will be good.
Almost there.
Good morning, team. Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Love how they just have Australia's flag.
To process your orders and requests.
Alright. Deliver. So we got the major delivery and then a returnable of commemorative badge medals. Alright. Let's see. Who did they pick to represent the government? I would laugh if it's Bob Catter.
Ah, you're that bloke with drawbridge, aren't you? So you really came, eh? Cut straight through BT territory just to bring us our cargo. That's quite
Such strong Australian accents, even I can pick up on them.
You to show up. Let's see how well you were able to handle our delivery.
S rank. Hell yeah.
Tell the Glance that you took good care of our cargo. Thanks for all your hard work. We'd given up all hope of ever seeing this. I'm so glad he managed to bring it in. Like everyone says, you're a man people can count on. Already put that decontamination unit to good use. The chiralium levels had really gotten out of hand. Anyway, go.
Cuba, or whatever it is. Alright, a little bit more of Western Australia given to us. Oh my goodness, they have like old Oz. And then the Magellan gets over here, and we get ourselves a Bola gun! Hell yeah. Firmware update, adding a motion scanning detection. Nice. New backpack attachments. More memory. Augmented motion scanner. Nice. Don't care too much for it, but it is what it is.
A chiral communications transmission. With this network at our disposal, might be able to make our dream a reality. We want to build a world where even the weakest among us have a chance. A world where people come together to stand against those who embrace violence. Ever since the Death Stranding, this continent has been afflicted by terrible environmental changes. It's bad enough, but out of nowhere, a hell of a lot more dramatic. Skyrocketing levels of chiral contamination. Those bloody watcher things coming out of the woodwork. Didn't realize it at the time, but the escalation of all this insanity coincided with the UCA's connection to the network and the appearance of the plate gate. The chiral network is causing instability beyond the reach of its coverage, which means the only way to fix it is to link up all of Australia. At least, that's what we here believe. To support your efforts, we've shared the data we have about the continent with your people, information about the brigands and so on. Use it to the best of your ability. Due to our proximity to a BT area, this shelter was subject to significant chiral contamination. Said area has also been the source of a new type of BT. Unlike the usual sort, these ones are able to see us. Clear as day. As such, we've taken to calling the buggers Watchers. And they're every bit as dangerous as any other BT. You're gonna want to steer clear at all costs. We're not doing any better than the UCA or Mexico, I'm afraid. Only difference is the presence of armed belligerents we call brigands, as well as a new type of BT we've been seeing all over lately. The brigands have been trying to bring us to heel and are a right pain in the ass. They've got an irrational enmity for new tech like the chiral network, you see. We've also been seeing major earthquakes all over the continent, as well as devastating floods due to heavy tidefall. You can have your work cut out for you while you're down under. That's for sure. Take the bowler gun, for example. With our data, we were able to improve and refine the design of the APAC standard issue model. You can charge it now to fire projectiles with a narrower spread. Perfect for taking down hard-to-reach targets with precision. And then, there's backpack customization. We've developed a number of unique attachments that can be equipped to the pack you're currently carrying. Stuff I guarantee will give you an edge in a fight. You might consider bringing this gear with you when you're prepping for your next run. Oh,
Most likely.
But not least, we patched through an Odradek update that allows its sensor to pick up living beings and other entities. It's an improvement that builds on the sensor's existing functionality. Anything it detects will be visible to you as a silhouette for a brief time. I'm sure it'll come in handy down the road.
Very much so.
Before I forget, there's a request I wanted to send your way. I know you're eager to hit the road and make progress, but I promise you, this is more than worth the trouble. It's a delivery for the lone commander, who lives not too far from here.
God damn, you got some good names. Old Oz, Lone Commander.
He's also
Damn,
a crack shot with a sniper rifle. But after this and that, we went our separate ways. And he retired to a shelter off to the east. Can be a hard man to please, but if we could enlist his help again, I'm sure he'd provide us with all kinds of useful information. Data and schematics that might prove invaluable for your work. Especially if you're the type who likes to fight first and ask questions later. Should help us all combat the brigands a damn sight more effectively in any case. I've filed this request as a sub-order, so check the terminal if you're interested in taking on extra work.
Sounds good.
That was
Oh, hello, Charlie.
With the government now part of the Chiral network, we've successfully completed the first step in our journey to connect all of Australia. I want to thank you for making this possible. Well done. To extend network coverage as far as West Fort Knott, our next order of business will be to link up the Western Environmental Observatory. The associated order, this one may well place you in considerable danger, so be sure to take extra care when selecting your equipment. Access the delivery terminal here to pick up this main order and get underway.
There we go. Alright, is there a way for me? Yes, I can. So that costs 60 points. I got 20 points for you. Ah, there we go. And then these are his different stats. So, traversing natural obstacles like slopes and rivers will improve this stat, slowing the rate at which Sam's endurance gauge depletes when wading through water and scrambling up things. Yep, cool. Carrying capacity is when he's carrying more things. Endurance is running for extended periods. KO resistance. Lung capacity. Oh, I'm going to need to practice that. Repeatedly binding enemies from behind using your strand will improve this stat. Okay. Then we got melee combat, which I've not done too much with. And then assault rifles. And then that's the corpus. Alright, save the data here before I forget. So we have gone through... So we're up to our third episode, and we've done like 9 orders. Alright. I am going to call the stream here. I said I was going to call the stream when we got to a point of, like, you know, where we got, like, through a majority of, like, the tutorial and we entered into Australia, which we have. So I am going to call it there. If you came in late, I'm sorry I'm sorry that you missed out, but the next time I'm going to be streaming is in... give it a day and 8 hours, because the next time that I'm going to be streaming, I am going to be doing the VTuber Summer Slam. It's going to be a charity stream. I hope to see some people there. Maybe give $1 to the charity. I'll put a sticker on the stream for anyone that donates $1. I'll get more details put onto my Blue Sky, my Twitter. I'll probably have to mention something in my Discord as well. But otherwise, let's go and see if we can go and raid someone. And I think I know who we are going to go and raid. Let's go for... Let's see, are they gonna... Yep. All right, so we're gonna go raid into Proto Wolf. everyone, I don't want to raid into anyone that's in the middle of playing Death Stranding 2 because I feel like I might get spoilers and such. So we're gonna go for a cool blue wolf VTuber that looks to be doing some software development stuff for their VTubing model. I should really give it a try. But yeah, if you would like to join in with a raid message, we got our short and sweet himbo raid. I hope you'll be able to join in with me on that one. If not, we have other kinds of raid messages you can join in on such as just, you know, normal himbo raid, and you can add whatever emotes you want. I will be using my own, and otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream as we go into the afternoon. We went for a lot longer than I planned, but I greatly appreciate everyone who came along to today's stream. I will be streaming again tomorrow evening, late. So it's going to be a late night stream for the Australians, but it'll be like Saturday morning for the Americans. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.